sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
Beautiful day here in San Francisco for the second game of this three-game series. The Reds and the San Francisco Giants, they pack them in. 396 consecutive sellouts, and no doubt another one here tonight. It's the Reds and the Giants on Fox Sports Ohio. And hi, and a pleasant good evening, everyone. Along with Chris Welsh and Jim Day, this is Jim Kelch. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Tonight is a late-night bow tie Tuesday. We hope we can get you a victory in this game. The Reds lost here yesterday, so they try to get even in this series. And, Chris, they will try to do it with a young man who picked up his first big league win his last time out in John Lamb.
Well, he's riding high right now, isn't he? Anytime you get your first major league win, you feel like you're riding on a cloud for a while until the fifth day comes around and you've got to pitch all over again. Lamb, his last time out against the Cardinals, you could say that he was effectively wild. He would pitch 5 shutout innings, but he walked 6 batters in that ball game. He did strike out 6, so he's a guy with good stuff. He only threw his fastball for about 50% strikes, so that's going to have to be a little bit better. The Giants are a team they're going to make him work a little bit more, I think, than the Cardinals did. But they need some runs in his behalf. He got 11 last time against the Cardinals, so maybe he'll be able to get a big outpouring of run support tonight too.
You'll see the Giants for the first time this year. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Chris Heston, he threw the first no-hitter of this year, and this really been a season divided in two for him, hasn't it?
Well, it has been. I mean, in the first half, he was exceptional. There was a run there of 14 games where he went 9-2 with a very good earned run average. He was always in the conversation for a possible Pitcher Rookie of the Year award, but that's beginning to wane, especially since those last 7 starts have seen him go 0-5. His earned run average is up around 5. They even skipped a start here in the month of August, hoping that it was only a fatigued arm, and that's the reason why he was, giving it up so badly. We'll find out. This guy does not have an overpowering fastball. He's got good secondary pitches, a nice changeup, slider, and curveball, and he knows how to pitch. So we'll see if he's got his stuff back together here tonight as he faces off with the Reds.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, making history. Jim Day has more on Reds lefty John Lamb.
Of a three-game set, Reds and Giants. Coming up on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day on the field just outside of the Reds dugout, and John Lamb did make a little bit of history last time out. It was his first major league victory, but he's the first Reds rookie pitcher to win a game when he walked six. How we doing back there? Oh, good. When he walked six batters, the first Reds rookie to do that since Scott Scudder way back in 1989. But John Lamb feels like he got away with one, and we talked to him about. How you doing, Brandon? Oh, jeez. Here's John Lamb.
That last game was nice to get the W. Like I said, I thought I got away with some stuff, but generally speaking, it was a little bit of a weight or a burden off the back. You know, just getting the confidence of just knowing that things can and will take care of themselves, but you got to execute. So that's where my mind's at. I've continued to say after each outing that I've had something to learn, or there's been a learning experience, and I continue to expect to learn something moving forward. But it's not an excuse for the failures or the misfortunes that come. It's just an understanding of what I'm doing isn't going to cut it in a big picture, and that for me was the 6 walks. I felt like I identified what the problem was, and I don't expect to see that problem coming back anytime soon. So.
And we'll step aside for a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the guys that catch John Lamb. A little catching history made this season. Warming you up for the Reds and Los Gigantes. More to come when you're home for Reds baseball. Fox Sports Ohio. Stay right where you are. In San Francisco. Let's talk about the Reds catchers, because Ramon Cabrera joined Brian Pena and Tucker Barnhart as having 4-hit games. Brian Pena's done it twice this year, June 10th against the Phillies. Then he did it a week later against the Tigers. Tucker Barnhart really improved his offensive game. Also a switch hitting catcher. He had a 4-hit game in interleague play June 29th versus Minnesota. And then Ramon Cabrera last night, 4-hit night for the Reds rookie. He's already got his first hit under his belt, his first major league home run, and catches a pretty good game. If you check out our IGS Bringing the Energy, these are Reds rookie catchers with 4-hit games since 1968. Cabrera, Barnhart on that list. Joe Oliver 2 times in 1989. He did it. Van Gorder in 1982. And, of course, Johnny Bench, 1968. Cabrera's just the second since 1914, to go 4 for 4. On the other side, lineups and first pitch. And speaking of rookies, it's rookie versus rookie on the hill. Jim Couch and Chris Welsh are next on Fox Sports Ohio.
Authority of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
And a big crowd here on hand at AT&T Park in San Francisco. Middle game of this 3-game series. The Reds and the Giants. We know this. Reds, who swept the Giants here last year in a 4-game series, will not do that this year. But maybe they can win this series if they can get a victory tonight and tomorrow. Here's a look at the Reds starting lineup, brought to you by Meyer, Bourgeois, Bruce, Votto, Phillips, Frasier, DeJesus Jr., Duvall, Barnhart, and Lamb, as the right-hander Chris Heston goes to work. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. We're underway under 65-degree temperatures here at AT&T Park.
Well, Heston is 27 years old. He makes start number 28 tonight. He's got a couple of complete games. One game over 500. He's really neck and neck with Anthony DeSclafani as far as a lot of the numbers that you look at when you judge a rookie pitcher. Innings pitched, earned run average, number of wins and losses, things like that. So there's a lot of comparable numbers between this rookie and the Reds rookie. And how about that, a 4-pitch walk to get it going? That's really the way that Heston has been struggling lately.
He walks Bourgeois, so the leadoff man is on. And speaking of Bourgeois, we will probably see a lot, Chris, of Bourgeois in that leadoff spot in center the rest of the way, based on what we're hearing about Billy Hamilton.
Well, Billy Hamilton left the ball game last night with an injured shoulder, the same shoulder that he had previously injured. And I think that as far as a conservative method, they'll probably really be careful about using him.
Bourgeois running on the first pitch, and he steals that base easily. And now the throw gets by the shortstop, Adrianza, on into center field. Posey will be given a throwing error, and so the Reds, being aggressive early, get Bourgeois his third steal and an E2.
Boy, just really looking sloppy are the Giants right here, right out of the gate. I mean, that's a play, and for some reason or another, this one really gets under my skin. Why is shortstop coming over? Why does he try to pick that ball? I mean, is there a law against him getting his knee down and actually getting in front of the ball to keep the ball from going into center field? You hang Posey with an error. You move a runner to third base with nobody out, and I'm happy it happened for the Reds, obviously, because it makes it very easy now for Jay Bruce to hit a lazy fly ball to get an RBI. But man, oh man, I don't understand why managers just don't blow their stack over that one.
Well, maybe they do and we just don't see it, right? Possible.
Well, you see it happen all the time. I can understand in those circumstances where there's going to be a close play and the infielder is going to try to pick the short hop and slap the tag on in one motion. But when the guy's already got the base stolen, get your body in front of it.
Giants jumped in front early in the game last night here with 2 in the first. Now the Reds have an opportunity to score in the first inning here tonight. Bruce, a big home run in last night's game, his 21st of the year, marking the 203rd of his career. Tying him now with Eric Davis for 8th all-time in Reds history.
Bruce may feel like he got away with one right there to run the count now to 3-2. The scoreboard here at AT&T Park says 2-2, and that's why Bruce took a moment to ask the umpire.
Jay strikes out on a pitch that looked to be a bit down and in, and that's the first out of the game. Take a look at the Giants defensively, brought to you by your Ford dealers. They line up with Juan Perez, who pinch hit late in the game last night, getting the start in left field tonight. Angel Pagan in center, Marlon Byrd, the former Red, in right. Duffy, Adrianza, Tomlinson, and Belt across the infield. Heston caught by Buster Posey. Chris mentioned 27 years old, out of Palm Bay, Florida. Chris Heston. His 11 wins.
Heston was actually drafted 3 different times. He was drafted out of high school 47th round by the Twins, out of junior college in the 29th round by the Nationals, and finally the Giants got him when they got him in the 12th round out of college. That was East Carolina University. Giants are going to give up a run right here. They've got the infield playing back. Unless the ball's hit right back to the pitcher, the third baseman, they'll probably make the play at first base. Either that or they couldn't get enough volunteers out of the Giants infield to play in on Joey Votto.
It's always a possibility with him. He still comes into this game leading the major leagues in batting average at .377 and an on-base percentage at .560 since the All-Star break. He just has not cooled down nary at all since we started play after the break and the exciting All-Star activities at Great American. Talked earlier about the fact that Heston made that start against the Reds in Cincinnati way back on May the 17th and could not get an out in the 3rd inning of that game, allowing 5 runs, 7 hits. Giants ended up winning that game 9-8. In fact, they won the last 3 games of the series in Cincinnati and the first one here of this series. So they've now defeated the Reds 5 times in a row. Reds try to snap that here. There's the numbers on that no decision at Great American on May 17. Votto draws a 5-pitch walk. So from Heston we have a 4-pitch walk to Bourgeois, a 3-2 strikeout of Bruce, and now a 5-pitch walk to Votto.
Well, the one thing Heston has going for him is his ability to throw a ground ball double play. And that walk to Joey Votto may have been more of a strategic walk than anything else. So he leads the National League right now, Chris Heston does, in the number of ground ball double plays that has been turned behind him with 24. So when you're on that list, you live down the zone, you get a ground ball hitter like Brandon Phillips come to the plate, and all of a sudden you have a chance now to get out of the inning with no damage. All you need is a ground ball at somebody.
Phillips has hit into 10 double plays this year, second most on this Reds team. Votto with that walk, by the way, extends his on-base streak now to 34 games. He inches closer to his career high of 41 back in 2010, his MVP year.
Well, he is missing and missing by a lot. I mean, that just shows me a pitcher that right now is just completely out of sync. I mean, you get out of sync, you lose your confidence. You try harder, you get more out of sync. Your confidence wanes even more. And meanwhile, your pitching coach lives and dies by every pitch you throw up there. Wishes he could come out and do it for you.
There's a strike, says Andy Fletcher. A ball on the strike to Brandon.
And the real danger to having control problems is that you can have wildness outside the zone, but also wildness inside the zone. And that's when a big-time hitter like Brandon Phillips can really make it painful for you.
That ball's going to drop in front of Bird and right for a base hit. Bourgeois will score, and the Reds get on the board first in this game, taking a 1-0 first inning lead. Phillips gets RBI 61, and in the process snaps an 0-for-11 stretch.
Nice little bit of hitting right here by Brandon, just taking what the pitcher gives him. A little fastball, stay inside the ball, don't roll over on it. That's what he wants you to do. And a clean single and an RBI.
Here now is Frasier. Todd starts the game at 259 with career best in homers and RBIs. Belt over, trying to make a play, and right near the Reds dugout, cannot get it.
Jim Day had a better chance of making that play than Brandon Belt did. JD, how about a barehanded grab down there in the camera well? Coming right at you. There's Jim Day.
Get out of the way. So those years are behind me, Chris Welsh.
You're looking more and more like Tom Brenneman every day.
You cowered away, Jimmy. You cowered away down there.
I did.
Fear. We've got it on tape. Frasier now finds himself in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Talk about Phillips hitting into 10 double plays this year. Frasier has hit into 17. That's the most on this team. Strike 3 call.
Frasier was certain that pitch on the outer part of the plate was going to be a slider going away from him. As it turns out, it has a little comeback action. And right on the corner, no question about it.
So it looked like it could be a very promising inning for the Reds. A walk, a steal, a throwing error. A 1-out walk to Votto. A base hit by Phillips. Now is 2 on, 2 out. One in, and a chance for Ivan DeJesus Jr. is getting the start at shortstop tonight. DeJesus hitting .245 with 4 home runs. It's his 7th start of the year at shortstop. Eugenio Suarez being given the day off today after committing 2 errors in the game last night.
Right now, Heston has no clue on his breaking ball. I mean, Buster Posey's had to block just about every one of those pitches, or at least pick clean backhand every one of those breaking balls that he's thrown up there. So if you're Ivan DeJesus Jr., 2-0 count, you got to be looking fastball here. It's the only thing he can throw for a strike.
He does come with a fastball. DeJesus is taking. Adam Duvall waits on deck. Big game for the Giants here tonight. Not that all of them they have remaining aren't, as they are not mathematically eliminated from either the West race or the wild card. Could it be a bigger day if the Pirates had come through twice, but Cubs and the Pirates split that doubleheader today. Pittsburgh winning 5-4. Cubs winning the nightcap 2-1. So the Giants with a win tonight could gain another half game in the wild card race. That ball slicing away from the center fielder Pagan. It's going to go all the way to the wall and bring 2 runs home. Touching the plate is Votto. Here comes Phillips. He will score. That's a 2-run triple for Ivan DeJesus Jr. And it is 3-0 Reds here in the first.
Well, you're looking for a big inning, and DeJesus delivers with 2 outs. What you get on 2-0, you sometimes also get on 3-1. And he got a fastball right down Broadway, did a nice job with it way back there by the 421 mark. And they are going to quickly have some activity down in their bullpen. Dave Righetti goes out to the mound. DeJesus is over there talking to Jim Riggleman at third base.
Well, the Giants have not been able to get anything good out of their right-hander Heston. There is the action in the San Francisco bullpen. Right-hander up down there is Yusmeiro Petit. He has had 1 quality start and 1 win as a team, but no wins for him personally since the 27th of July. There's that split that we were talking about. First 20, last 7. Here's the former Giant Adam Duvall.
You know, to me, from a pitching standpoint, it looks like he's just standing up straight tall when he releases the ball. The follow through is really abbreviated for Heston, and he's not getting a lot of finish on his pitches. He's kind of throwing darts right now, hoping that they go in there for strikes. And when he does get extension like he does right there, he's pulling off to the side down the first base side. The motion on the last pitch. A little better follow through that time, but too quick. His front side's opening. You know, it's always a struggle for a pitcher to stay strong over the rubber and stay over the rubber as absolutely long as you possibly can before you really drive to the plate. And we're going to show you something that John Lamb has developed to help him get over the rubber, in contrast to what Heston is not doing. And if you watch Heston's left leg, he gets his left leg up like most pitchers do. He gets it up high, bends his leg, but he never really straightens his leg out before he starts going to the plate. He goes with it bent, and I think he's opening his hips just slightly before he gets his foot down. and that is leading to a lot of mechanical problems.
He has gone full now to Duvall. How about the pitch count here? 31 already in the first inning for Heston. Petit continues to throw in the Giants bullpen. Giants have lost the last 6 times that Heston has gone to the mound. They've fallen behind early in this game to the Reds 3-0 with a chance for more. The former Giant Duvall can come through with something, and he chases ball 4 way out of the strike zone there. Heston strikes out 3 but gives up 3 as well in the first. Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio is brought to you by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good? It's Skyline time. Take a look at the Giants lineup that will face the Reds right-hander tonight. Left-hander John Lamb. They line up like this: Pagan, Tomlinson, and Duffy. In the middle, Posey, Bird, and Belt. Perez, Adrianza, and Heston, the pitcher, batting ninth. Angel Pagan, switch hitter, will bat against the left-hander John Lamb to get things going.
I got to figure that John Lamb has a lot of family here tonight. I know that he is from the Los Angeles area. That's about 300 miles away from here, but certainly drivable if you want to go that route. And to see your son or your friend or your brother pitch, it's certainly worth the trip. Coming off his first major league victory, Lamb beat the Cardinals his last time out with a 5 innings of shutout 3-hit baseball.
He walked the tightrope the entire time, didn't he?
Well, he did, but the Reds scored a lot of runs eventually in that ball game and blew out the Cardinals 11-0.
That game, he walked the first 2 batters of the game, walked 2 more in the third, walked another one in the fourth, but did not give up a run through all of that.
And that was the first game of the 6 starts that John Lamb has had that the Reds have won. But he'll have a lot of wins before it's said and done. I kind of like what I see so far in Lamb. You've got to like that pitch. Pull the string and drop the hook on him at the same time.
We've seen some pretty good off-speed stuff from him, haven't we, so far?
You know, if all you do is watch hitters to evaluate a pitcher and see what their swings look like, this will tell you right now that Pagan had no clue that that pitch was coming in there at 71 miles an hour.
So a good start for Lamb now as he deals with Kelby Tomlinson. He's their second baseman, and he, by and large, will be the guy, or at least someone will be the guy, and it won't be Joe Panik, who more likely than not is finished for the year with the lower back issues that he has suffered all year. He'll end up playing, if he doesn't play again, in only 100 games this year.
Yeah, they're quite worried about Panic's back, and they were very high on Panic when he first came up. Loved the way he played the game, what he brought to the table, his energy, and very unfortunate injuries may sideline him for quite a while. You know what I really like to see Lamb do, and it's tough for a young pitcher to do this because you're so worried about getting through the first inning and then the second inning. But if you can get through the lineup the first time and don't show all your pitches.
Right between the wickets of Lamb and on into center field. He put the glove down, albeit a bit late. Tomlinson has himself a hit.
Big over the top curveball right there, and he nearly gloves it, and I think it may have gone off the edge of his glove as it went between his legs.
So Tomlinson, who was hitless last night, becomes the first Giants base runner here tonight. You were saying about getting through the lineup.
Well, you know, that's the idea, because if you look at all the experienced pitchers, let me go back to the days of, you know, even Cueto and Lee. I mean, it seems like they would save something. So the first time through the lineup, you're using just maybe 1 or 2 pitches. Then the next time you got a new wrinkle for them. And then if you're in there for a 3rd or 4th time through the lineup, you got something else that they haven't seen that night. You have to prepare for being a starting pitcher and being able to go deep into a ball game. If you're showing them everything you got in the first inning, sometimes you can just run out of stuff.
Here's Matt Duffy. He had a big night here last night for the Giants with a couple of doubles, a couple of RBIs. In fact, he's moved himself now into the top 10 in the league in hitting at 10th at 301. And you had mentioned earlier about Chris Heston being there for a while in the conversation about Rookie of the Year. This guy's probably going to stay in it all year with Chris Bryant.
Yeah, it's a long shot for a pitcher anyway, unless he has a dominating season. Heston was on that roll, but Matt Duffy is a guy that is hanging right in there. After all, he's batting 3rd in the lineup right in front of Buster Posey, which helps him get a fair amount of fastballs, but he's taking advantage of it.
Driven in 71 runs this year. Add the 2 he had last night. He's 2nd behind Bryant in that department. 1st in hits now with 150. So we got a rookie matchup here. Lamb and Duffy.
You know, we were talking about what Chris Heston does not do with his stride leg and what John Lamb does with his stride leg. If you just watch when Lamb pitches, you watch him pick his right leg up and then kind of straighten it out a little bit. That buys him extra time over the rubber. And for a pitcher that flies open too early, sometimes that's what you need to stay over the rubber just a hair longer. Let your arm catch up and your eye out in front of it when you release the baseball.
To the right side, and it's going to get by the diving Phillips, turning the corner and then slamming on the brakes out there at second is Tomlinson. He saw what Bruce can do with that arm last night. He's not going to test it at all there. Take a look at the Reds' defensive alignment, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Adam Duvall gets to start at left tonight. Bourgeois in center, Bruce in right. Frasier, DeJesus Jr., Phillips and Votto on the infield. Lamb and Barnhart make up the Reds battery tonight. There's Duvall out in left field. Adam getting his 7th start out there. Of course, this is the team which he was with before the Reds, the Giants organization. This is the ballpark where he hit his first big league home run against his now teammate Mike Leake in his first big league game middle of the season last year.
This guy hit the ball hard last night.
Posey with 2 on and 1 out.
Posey had a walk, a sharply hit ball to shortstop, a line drive right at the left fielder, Brennan Bosch, and then another ground out to end the night. Before tonight, or before last night's over, he was .479 in his last couple of weeks of work.
Comes in right now second in the league in hitting at 327. Trying if he can get there to win his second National League batting crown. He won it in 2012. Second right now. Double play ball. There's one. There's the other. That's a twin killing. 6-4-3. And it gets Lamb through the first. By Elk and Elk, the San Francisco Giants. We've talked about how well they have played this year at home, but that was not the case through the first half of the season. Look at that. Through nearly the end of June, they were 2 games under 500. But since the 24th of June, 25-8 at home, the best in the big leagues. Gives them a mark of 42-27 this year here at AT&T Park. Tucker Barnhart leads things off, switch hitter. Checks in at 256. This is by far his busiest side, by far his best side. 200 plus at bats for Barnhart on the year. 161 of them batting left-handed, only a quarter of that. 42 batting from the right side. All of his home runs have come from this side of the plate. And he goes down swinging. So 4 outs recorded in the game by Heston, all via the strikeout. Here now is John Lamb, still in search of that first big league hit. He got the first big league win his last time out against the Cardinals. He's 0 for 11 at the plate. I told you a number of times that he never had a professional at bat until he hit at Dodger Stadium in his big league debut back on the 14th of August. Having come up in his professional ranks with the American League's Kansas City Royals. I remember that first at bat, he didn't even have batting gloves on. But the next time he had borrowed some and had them on, and he wears them now.
Well, some of his teammates took care of him.
Down on strikes he goes on 4 pitches. For 2 out. Just a reminder that as you enjoy the game tonight, we look forward to bringing you a Miller Time moment of the contest a little bit later on, brought to you by Miller Lite. All the outs have been strikeouts by Heston thus far as he gets the order at the top for the second time. Bourgeois walked him on 4 his first time. 5 Ks already by Chris Heston.
Heston's kind of an interesting story, really, other than the fact that he's only a 12th round draft pick. In 2013, when Heston really struggled in AAA for the Giants, they released him. They released him around July the 21st and then signed him just a few days later and then put him back on their AAA team. And then here he is a year or so later, a couple of years later, he pitches a no-hitter for the big league team.
Well, he strikes out the side in the second. He's fanned all 6 outs in this game. Mets on Saturday the 26th of September at GABP. Arrive early, be one of the first 25,000 fans to receive a commemorative All-Star Game figurine presented by your Tri-State Chevy dealers. For tickets, 513-381-REDS. Select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. That's the red-hot New York Mets. Go into action today at 22 games above 500, 9.5 ahead of the Washington Nationals. They'll be the first team in when the Reds get home after this 10-day, 9-game road trip. Votto will chase this ball and not come up with it. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Marlon Byrd, getting things started here in the bottom of the second. RBI double, one of his at-bats in the game last night for Byrd. He was hitting .252 overall, but over 300 at .311 in the 23 games he has played with this Giants club. Phillips out, Bruce in, and Jay is there to retire Byrd for out number 1. Here's Brandon Belt. Belt is our in the driver's seat Giant tonight, brought to you by Kia. Last 4 games against the Reds. How about this? 11 for 17 with 9 runs batted in for Brandon Belt. That, of course, includes the 2 hits and 3 at-bats he had last night. RBI triple in the 3rd, sac fly in the 8th inning. Belt, of course, limited to only 61 games 1 year ago. He had a broken left thumb and a concussion. Kept him on the sideline most of the year. Back in there again this year, and he's having a very fine year. Career best 18 home runs, 67 runs batted in. Giants start the day 7.5 behind the Dodgers. Dodgers playing at home tonight against the Rockies. Dodgers lead that game early, 1-0. Giants have an elimination number in the West of 12. Any combination of Dodger win, Giant losses equaling 12, and the Giants will not win the West for Bruce Bochy's club. Wild card elimination number going into today of 13. A strike 3 call.
Well, refreshing to see the Reds going after Brandon Belt with fastballs. And, you know, you threw a 3-1 fastball right by him that he swung through. He looks at this one. It's on the outside corner. Andy Fletcher rings him up, and second strikeout of the night for John Lamb.
Well, he looks to have a 1-2-3 inning here.
I feel that Kivas Sampson just gave him too much credit last night. Maybe it was Ramon Cabrera behind the plate. Maybe it was the Red scouting report on Brandon Belt. But they're trying to fool this guy and trick him. And until he shows that he can hit the fastball in this series, you go ahead and challenge him.
He gets the left fielder Juan Perez. Last night it was Alejandro Diaz out in left field. Today Perez. Hitting .290 in 19 games with this club. Pinch hit in the 7th inning last night, grounded out. He's ahead 3-1. Shortstop Adrianzo waits on deck. Muscles this ball out to right. Bruce charging. Bruce gets there. Makes the basket catch right around the knees. And a perfect inning turned in for John Lamb. What will be in store for Brandon Finnegan in 2016? And Jim Day plays the name game with Jason Bourgeois. It's all coming up on an all-new Reds Weekly. Jeff Pecoro and Doug Flynn. That's tomorrow at 6 on your home of the Reds, Fox Sports Ohio. Bruce goes out on the first pitch here in inning number 3. So Jay is 0 for 2. Big difference between that first and second inning right there.
Well, you know, it really comes down right now for Chris Heston. The reason he is in the ball game is that he got Adam Duvall to chase a pitch out of the strike zone to end the first inning with a runner at third base, way out of the zone, because they had another pitcher up and ready to go in the bullpen. And I'm convinced that had he lost Duvall, that he would have been out of the game. So what does he do? He comes out the next inning. He strikes out the side. He gets Bruce on a first pitch curveball for an out. So all of a sudden, he has gone from struggling to cruising.
That out by Bruce, by the way, is the first Reds out that has not been a strikeout in this game. Between the 3 runs in the first, he did strike out 3. As Chris said, fan the side in the second. Walk Votto his first time is behind him here. Now get him on a ground ball to Belt at first base. So 6 in a row retired by Heston as he faces Phillips here in inning number 3 with 2 men out and nobody on.
In fact, it's kind of interesting that even after he had thrown a no-hitter this year, Heston was sent down and optioned out when the Giants acquired Marlon Byrd. So they put him down in the minor leagues for about a week or so. They called him up a week later when Matt Cain was put on the disabled list, and that's why he is in the rotation right now. They were hoping that Matt Cain would be able to answer the bell and pitch right on down the stretch. That has not been the case. In fact, it was last night's starter Tim Hudson that has taken the place of Cain. They figured that Hudson, when he came off the DL, would be in the bullpen, but he's been pressed into starting duty.
Phillips still over the 300 mark in the second half of this season. RBI single in the first here tonight. Two and one. Well, let's see. Heston has now gone 2 2/3, so he's already deeper into this game than he was in that game he pitched against the Reds earlier this year, when in 2+ innings could not get an out of the 6 batters he faced in the 3rd inning in that game. That's going to fall for a hit for Phillips. Tomlinson went out thinking he might be able to make an over-the-shoulder catch, but couldn't get leather on it, and Phillips is 2 for 2.
Well, I can't remember for which one it was, but that is payback for a line drive that Phillips is hitting right at somebody somewhere along the line, right on the end of the bat on a good-looking breaking ball. And heck, we're used to seeing Brandon Phillips make that over-the-shoulder catch.
Yeah, he defends his own hit like that. That's an out. Eddie leads away at first. That is hit number 3 for the Reds.
He'd have had run a lot farther, though, starting at home plate.
Frasier lofts a lazy fly ball to right. Bird comes on and makes the catch. So Frasier's 0 for 2, and the Reds leave a runner in the 3rd.
In California, of course, and some things happen only in California. Let's take you out beyond the center field wall, where you will find of all things, an organic garden. 4,320 square feet of edible garden. Fruits, vegetables, greens, and flowers. Healthy menu options. This is right up Chris Welsh's alley. And they have a stand out there where you can get all types of stuff. One-of-a-kind food experience. Unique gathering place for fans. And also a culinary education program to boot, where they're teaching kids about all of this. And there you see it out there. Only in California. What do you think, Chris Welsh? Maybe I can go out there and get you a kale smoothie. How's that sound?
Hey, you know what,
Yeah,
Jay? You get to know me pretty well. Kumquats I see they have out there.
Yes, they got it all.
Wow.
It's
that is
unbelievable.
impressive. I can't believe I didn't know anything about that.
They just started it this year. So, and
see,
it took them a while to grow the stuff, but it's now edible. And I tell you what, it's a hot spot in the ballpark.
You know, I was going to ask if you would be able to deliver some garlic fries. You know, that's the staple of food here at the stadium. But maybe you could just bring up some kale chips instead.
Kale chips, I'll work on that.
Yeah, I don't think the garlic fries fit into the healthy atmosphere that they're trying to put forth out there.
Yeah, but they smell so good.
They do smell good.
You can't go anywhere in the stadium without smelling them.
And, you know, I would just assume that now once Jim Day did that hit on that place out there to eat healthy, that you'll be there tomorrow, Jim, for lunch.
We consider his silence affirmative.
Yeah. He'll be gobbling it up.
That would be a no. I'll be at the Pinecrest Diner.
I say,
Come on.
I bet they don't serve French toast out there.
No.
You know, I'll be right with you. Heston batting with one out. Heston this year has done a pretty good job as a hitter as well as a pitcher. Leads all rookie pitchers not only in the National League but in the big leagues with 11 wins. He also has 10 hits. Plus 200 average and 3 RBIs on the year. And Jesus will cut it off. Spin, throw. Got him at first. Nice work there by Ivan De Jesus Jr. to retire Heston.
You know, if you can play shortstop, you can play anywhere. And Jesus shows that he's got plenty of range, enough arm to play shortstop. So you can move him all around the infield. We've seen him play at first base so far this year, third base, left field. I mean, he's one of these guys that you could project forward and say in one game he could probably play every position out there.
Yeah, you sure could.
If you wanted to do the old Jose Akendo trick.
I think as a minor leaguer in the Reds organization, Ray Chang, who did that this year down at AA at the end of the year. All-speed pitch gets Pagan out in front. Lamb has to make a play, and he does, and he has his second perfect inning, and he is now set down 7 in a row. We're through 3. Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Meyer. Find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on U.S. News and World Report's Best Children's Hospital. 3-0 Reds through 3. Reds without hit the Giants thus far, 3-2. And Ivan DeJesus Jr., who made that nice play on the ball hit by Heston, leads things off here in the 4th. 2-run triple, his first major league triple back in the 1st inning for DeJesus Jr. Dad, of course, a former big leaguer, longtime Philly and Cub. We'll see him a lot around the ballpark this summer in Cincinnati.
Hey, before it gets too late in the evening back home, got to wish a very happy birthday to Brewer Bob Eldridge. Brewer Bob, kind of a cousin-in-law type. Welcome to the 60 Club.
Brewer Bob.
Now, he doesn't know I call him Brewer Bob, but he
doesn't know.
He's a guy that makes his own beer, which I'm sure would perk your interest just a little bit.
A little bit. So, I imagine if he turned 60 today, he is imbibed in some of his own brew.
You know what? You have to taste it to make sure the quality control is there.
Mm-hmm. You do that all the time. DeJesus, Duvall, and Barnhart here in the Reds' 4th inning. See, we're talking about the Giants and their plight in the National League West in the wild card. The Reds have their own business they're trying to attend to, and that is to jump ahead of the Brewers to get out of the cellar in the National League Central. Started the day 2 games behind Milwaukee, a team that they will see beginning on Friday for a 3-game series up at Miller Park. Today, Brewers and the Cardinals are 1-1 in the bottom of the 9th. Brewers have the winning run at second with 2 out against Kevin Segrist.
Hey, you know what today is? Other than just an ordinary bow tie Tuesday, we have, when school is back in sessions, there are schools throughout the entire tri-state area that celebrate along with us on Bow Tie Tuesday.
Beautiful. Tomlinson will throw out DeJesus Jr.
And Madeira Elementary School is very close to the heart of Sean Marone. Sean is the strength and conditioning coach for the Reds. He's on the road, and his son Jake was sporting a bow tie today, along with the principal, Tim Weber, and Kenji Matsudo, the superintendent. So there they are, Jake in the middle. You're looking good. And Bow Tie Tuesday at Madeira Elementary.
Jake looks like a chip off the old block, doesn't he?
Okay, Jake, you got your name on TV. Now go to bed.
And your picture. Now it's time for some Z's. Duvall struck out his first time, and Chris's estimation saved Chris Heston's night back in the 1st inning.
Well, you know, when you hit home runs at the frequency that Duvall has hit compared with his number of hits, you know, you're swinging for it. And you get a little bit aggressive, and I think that's the case for Duvall right now. He's just trying to maybe do a little bit too much, not shrinking the strike zone. You got to make that pitcher come to you. And until he does that, all you're going to do is be swinging at pitches that you can't really hit anyhow.
Well, all of his hits with the Reds have been for the home run. He had a home run in the Milwaukee series. He had that home run earlier as a pinch hit blast in Chicago at Wrigley Field. He had the home run against the Cardinals in the bottom of the 8th inning of the completion of the suspended game from Friday on Saturday. So 3 hits for the Reds, all home runs.
You know, I'm a little surprised that there aren't more hitters that, and this ballpark reminds me of this, is take the Barry Bonds approach to home plate. in the batter's box, when Barry Bonds took in the box here, he got right up on top of home plate. And he eliminated essentially the inside part of home plate because pitchers couldn't get the ball in on him. And a guy like Duvall loves to pull the ball. So if you get right up on top of the plate, and I'm not suggesting this for Adam Duvall, but I've always wondered, I've asked batting coaches, why don't guys do more of this? And they say, well, Bonds was a special creature, which he was. But not everybody can hit the ball the other way and take two and go to right. And he walks him that time. But I've always thought that it's an excellent way of hitting, because if there are 3 hitting lanes or pitching lanes for pitchers, one is inside, one is down the middle, and one is outside. If you are right on top of the plate and you take away that inside lane, the pitcher only has the width of a plate of about 4 baseballs that is a strike left to him without coming inside. And all you've got to do is show yourself to be able to turn on an inside heater, and that may work for you.
You've got theories of pitching and hitting.
And they're all free.
I'm going to ask Frank Robinson about you, see what he has to say. I want to hear more about your Candlestick Park experience you were talking about earlier.
I'm going to tell you that story.
They tore that down, didn't they?
They sure did. They were in the process of disassembling that stadium last year. You see it when you leave the airport to come to downtown San Francisco. Of course, we did not see it this year. Right there at Candlestick Point.
It's the long time home of the Giants when they moved out here. Originally they played at Seals Stadium, the old AAA club, and then
of course the 49ers played there for years and years. Rock concerts out there.
Runner on the move, and a ground ball that's foul past third.
That was a stadium. Right at Candlestick Point, right down on the water, and about 10 in the morning when the sun was out, it was one of the most beautiful places on earth. And as the story goes, that's the way it was decided by the city council at the time they were going to build a stadium. That they met out there early in the morning, mid-morning, and it was a beautiful. They said, yep, this is a great place for the stadium. Let's go ahead and build it here. Did that get Duvall?
Bounced off of his back, it looked like.
Looks like he's going to be all right. But what happens at Candlestick Point is, as the day goes on, about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature drops about 40 degrees. The wind picks up. And by the time game time rolls around, the wind is blowing about 40 miles an hour. It has gone from being a pleasant 60 to 70 degrees to somewhere in the 40s to low 50s. And it is one of the coldest places in the entire state of California on a nightly basis. And the deeper you are in the summer, the colder it gets. And there were a lot of times when visiting teams would come in there and they tried to bring as much in the way of winter clothes as they possibly could, and they still couldn't stay warm.
Those big football jackets on.
Yeah. Boy, the ball is hurting, but he's going to stay in the game.
Your manager would call down to the bullpen, say, Welsh, get up, get warmed up. He'd say, I'm already warm, I'm in my coat. Eludes the first baseman, but a good effort by Heston to get over there and cover. Gonna go Tomlinson to the pitcher, Heston, and a 4-1 putout of Barnhart at first base. Belt try as he might, couldn't quite get to that ball going to his right. Yeah, you can still see Duvall. He's in some discomfort. He's out there at second base. I said I thought it hit him in the back. It did not hit him in the back. It looked like it got him in the hip or the groin area. Now Lamb still in search of that first hit. If he gets it here, that could add to that 3-0 lead.
See, for a guy like John Lamb, I mean, crowding the plate would really be his advantage because he has had very little experience in the batter's box. And he's chasing pitches that are going down and away. He chased a changeup for a strike 3 down and away, and they're going to go to the same spot on him.
He's all spread out up there.
Choking up might be an option.
Out on strikes is Lamb. 7 of them now for Chris Heston. 3-0 Reds, middle of the fourth.
Show the Dukes of Hazzard.
No, honestly, not much. I watched it like very, very briefly. I like the Dodge Charger in it. Really? I was a big fan of the old.
Well, the reason I ask is a fan sent me this. This is Bo Duke, and they said that there's a reason. What do you think?
Okay, I mean, I could see where we're going with that. The black eye throws off the look right here, but wow, all right, I see it. That's pretty good stuff right there. We'll take it. We'll take it. I'll go with the Dukes of Hazzard.
A fan on Twitter sent me that. Philip Rowe, I thank him for that. And he's got those blonde locks working. And when I told him how popular John Schneider, the actor that played Bo Duke, was back with the ladies back in the day, he liked it even more.
Bo Duke. We can call him, start calling him that now. Bo Duke. Next time I walk by John, I'm going to say, hey, Bo. How'd you like the way Bo wore that cowboy hat? That's a good look, wasn't it? He's got that thing sitting up. You get that hair all fixed, and you just sit that hat right on top of it so it doesn't mess it up. It's a good look. There's our Bo Duke. He set down 7 in a row as he faces Kelby Tomlinson here in the 4th inning. Base hit his first time, one of 2 hits the Giants have. In fact, those are the only 2 base runners. Very good effort thus far from John Lamb. Votto knocks it down. It has no play. Tomlinson on for the second time.
Hey, one thing about these Giants young hitters, they seem to really spray the ball all over the place. Votto really not ready, it didn't look like. When that ball was being delivered to the plate, he was still kind of standing upright out there. And you're not always ready when that opposite hitter, meaning a right-handed hitter, hits a shot like that opposite field to the first baseman. Unless you are ready every time, that ball's going to get on you too quick. And I think that's what happened with Votto that time.
Here now is Matt Duffy. Duffy followed the Tomlinson hit in the first with a single of his own into right, sending Tomlinson down to second base. But Posey's double play ball ended that Giants first. Let's see what they do here. A leadoff hit by their second baseman. Just as Lamb was ready to deliver, Duffy was granted time. One of those situations. Votto probably down there at first base thinking he gets his time. Joey, of course, did not get the time that he requested in that game at home against the Pirates. And that led to all that activity back at Great American Ballpark, and result of which Votto was ejected, suspended for 2 games. He has appealed that. No new information regarding Joey's suspension prior to the game today. Of course, yesterday we reported that Brian Price said they didn't expect to hear anything while the Reds were on this road trip. Off speed, Duffy waited on it, lines it up the middle into center, so he is 2 for 2, as is Tomlinson. And the Giants, in the person of Buster Posey, will bring the tying run to the plate.
One thing about a slow curveball at the big league level, when hitters are willing to hit the ball the other way, they stay back a long time and they hit it right out of the catcher's glove. And a guy with good hand-eye coordination like Matt Duffy can negotiate that pitch a little bit. And he just kind of flicks that ball into center field. You know, in the minor leagues, those guys are taking big hacks at that pitch, and they are spinning on every one of those curves. And it's a little more effective at AAA and below than it is when you get up here.
Here now is the Giant cleanup hitter, Buster Posey. Strike 1-2.
Boy, nice to know the Lamb has 94 when he needs it. Reaches back for a little extra gas.
Posey with 17 home runs, 85 runs batted in. He takes this strike, and now he's down 0-2. This season looks like it's going to be the second most productive RBI year in what is now a 7-year big league career for Posey. He drove in 103 in the World Series title year of 2012. 89 a year ago, sitting at 85 now. The Giants counting tonight of 18 games remaining. Posey steps out. In the air to left field. Duvall gonna run out of room. Second home run against the Reds this year. 18th of the season for Posey, and we are even at 3.
That's really the Giants in a nutshell. A couple of little squibber base hits and then a bomb by Posey. How many times has he picked up this Giants ball club? He saw a lot of pitches down in the zone. Fastball, changeup, fastball. Lamb tried to sneak one by him, and their MVP is all over it.
That gets him now within 1 RBI of last year's total of 89. He now sits at 88. Makes this a new game at 3-3 here in the bottom of the 4th. Still nobody out. Lamb had retired 7 in a row coming into this inning, but the infield hit hanging curve in the base hit to center, and the big blast by Posey. Bird fly to right his first time. Still, he's 15 for his last 32. He has really been hot since joining this Giants club a little over 3 weeks ago. His combined total 22 home runs, 66 runs batted in. Like he was a couple of years ago when the Pirates acquired him back in 2013 late in the year. He was hot for them. And he's been hot for this Giants club since being acquired. We were talking earlier about the fact that the Giants are probably going to play without Panic the rest of the year. They're probably going to play without Hunter Pence the rest of the year. A good possibility of that with a left oblique injury. Brandon Crawford a little bit closer to coming back with the left calf strain. He's missed 5 games in a row. Foul tip. Now the home plate umpire is going to call that a straight foul ball. That's Andy Fletcher. Andy's jacket came unbuttoned. And bounced in the dirt. Got him this time. Hurt a strikeout victim, and that's the first out here in the 4th. Bell took a call, 3rd strike his first time. And he'll golf this one into right field. Bruce going to go over to cut it off, but cannot do so. There goes Bell into second. He's been a very good hitter at home this year, even more so lately. He gets himself his first hit of this game. His 3rd hit of the series. He's now hitting 7 games in a row.
Yeah, I get the feeling Brandon Belt pretty much was betting the farm that it was a fastball coming after John Lamb missed with a first pitch breaking ball. And he is ready to let the hammer down, and he does. Drops the bat head on that inside fastball, and that'll send Bruce scurrying around to right field, and Jeff Pico, the pitching coach, coming out to the mound for a quick little meeting to try to settle down the left-hander. Ryan Matthews.
Well, Pico and Lamb and Barnhart talk about it. Just waiting, aren't we, for that first John Lamb outing where he just commands it from inning 1 through, say, inning 7. Gives up a hit here and there, maybe a walk here or there, but never really in a whole lot of trouble. We haven't really seen that yet from him, and this is start number 7. He's part of the Johnny Cueto deal that sent Johnny to Kansas City and brought Finnegan. Brandon Finnegan is with the club now. Lamb, who's here.
Got him.
Pickoff play. Just back in time. At second is Belt. Reds are going to look at it. Here comes.
Well, nice move by DeJesus right here, and a quick toss. That's a quick move by John Lamb. It just. You could have led the shortstop just a hair more to be able to get that runner. I think he was safe. I don't think they're going to decide to do anything with that play.
Ryan Price came up the steps, waited for Rob Coughlin's analysis, walked back down.
You know, the key for that play with the shortstop is to sneak in right behind the runner. If we can get a shot of that, I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. I remember Ozzie Smith being one of the best I've ever seen at being able to do that. He would sneak in right behind the runner so that he would be very close to the runner himself and then make the daylight break to second base. And when he would do that, that would open up a lot of daylight. That's when the pitcher would turn and throw. But it's tough to do that unless you get very close to the runner first. Here's what I'm talking about right here. He comes right in very close and then goes to the bag. And that's the way you have to make it in order to give the pitcher a chance to really see some daylight right there. That's not one of those plays that you pick your sleeve or your pants and say we're going to do it on the next pitch. You see it happen and you go with it.
Perez at a soft liner to right, caught by Bruce his first time. Played at AAA Sacramento most of the year. Launches this one, but way fouled on the left field side. Second deck shot, or at least it was. 2-2. Barnhart and Lamb want to make sure that they know what each other's thinking about here, so they get together again. Lamb now at 70 pitches. 1 out into the 4th inning. Perez stays alive.
Well, this is the kind of inning that really runs your pitch count up. You know, Lamb was just cruising right along through those first 3. Now you work like the Dickens just to get out of 1 inning where things seem to go the wrong way for you.
That's a fair ball. Long throw, and out at first base is Perez.
Well, that's a dandy play by Todd Frasier and Joey Votto at the other end. I mean, those balls right down the line. It was not hit like a shot. Frasier was going to be able to get there. The question is, does he have enough on the arm? And a good stretch by Votto. That was the difference maker.
Yeah, that's a heck of a play on both ends. That's about as long a throw as a third baseman will have to make right there. Belt does end up at third base. He's there now with 2 out. Here's the shortstop, Adrianza. 3-run homer by Buster Posey has tied this game here in the bottom of the 4th. Cardinals have given the Reds a little bit of help tonight. They get 3. They scored 2, I should say, in the 10th and beat Milwaukee 3-1. So if the Reds can win this game, they'd be within 1 of the Brewers. Foul ball very close off the bat of Adrianza. bullpens are busy. Reds have Ryan Matthews in theirs. Giants have Jeremy Affeldt in theirs, the former Red.
Which means if Adrianza is able to reach base and continue the inning, they're probably going to pull their starter, Chris Heston, out of the game.
Heston currently is in the on-deck circle. Like Madison Bumgarner with a batting helmet on in the Giants dugout. Yeah, there he is. So a hop and Phillips to retire the side. But 3-run homer by Buster Posey pulled the Giants even through 4.
Bourgeois set the lead off for Cincinnati. And, well, he's heard all types of pronunciations of his name. Check it out.
Borges, Burgoyes, Borgios.
Borges, I would think, would be the most common.
Borges, especially with Peter Borges being in St. Louis. I think everybody just looks at it and say, you know what, that's the same thing but spelled differently. But yeah, Borges is definitely the number one of them all. Mr. Unknown is what I've been called out in the stands and after the game. I have a couple of tweets, a couple of Instagrams, Mr. Unknown. I'll take that, though. I'm in the big leagues, I guess.
He has heard it all, and he's referring to when we were in New York playing the Mets, and he got inserted into the game, and the Mets didn't know who it was, and they put on the board, right field, unknown, number 30. So he has been Borgios, Borges, Burgoyes, and Mr. Unknown. What does he say? He's in the big leagues, and you can call him a big leaguer. That's all he cares about.
Isn't that hard to imagine, though, that they would go so far as to put unknown up on the board when it would simply take a walk down to the clubhouse and say, hey, who is the guy that's playing in the outfield there for you? That seems to be the epitome of laziness right there, doesn't it? Mr. Unknown, you put it on the board. I think before you put unknown up there, you might take a walk down and try to find out.
All they would have to do is ask Jim Kelch.
Make a
He'd
call.
have helped him out, right?
I would have helped him out.
They must have lost Rob Butcher's number.
He would have helped him. Bruce in the 5th. Long run. Perez, he got there. Good effort by the left fielder of the Giants in foul territory. Caught it, banged into the wall down there, hung onto the ball. Bruce is retired. Hard thing to do what he did. Watch this. He looks down to see where he is, looks back up, refines the ball, makes the catch.
And that's after he ran a long, long way to get there.
2 out. How about 8 strikeouts now for Chris Heston in this game? He's had 2 starts this year in which he's reached double figures. In the no-hitter against the Mets, he had 11. He had 10 against the Astros here on the 12th of May, and he has 8 now in this game.
Well, if he gets an out right here, or at least gets out of this 5th inning, it will be only the 3rd time in the last 8 starts that he's made it through the 5th inning. That's really what you expect of a rookie pitcher. I mean, you're going to have a streak, hopefully, where you're pitching really well. And he did have a streak between May the 12th and July the 27th. 14 games. He went 9-2. Of course, one of those games was the no-hitter that he spun against the Mets. And then you have streaks of bad stuff. And that's what you get with young pitchers. Of course, Heston is 27. He's an older rookie.
You talked earlier about all the years he spent in the minor leagues working his way up to finally get to the big leagues.
And you get a guy like that, he's a little bit more experienced, more hardened. He knows his stuff better. And Joey gets another 2-out walk.
2 walks tonight for Votto, now 131 on the year.
Although you heard a couple of his teammates referring to number 19 as Joe Votto. So maybe you have to dig into that and find out if he would rather or prefer to be called by Joe rather than Joey.
Yeah, down by the batting cage.
That'd be an idea
underneath.
for Jim Day, because you know that Mr. Votto and Mr. Day very close. I'm sure if anybody can get to the bottom of it, it would be James Day.
Well, it wasn't. They are close. We all know that, but it wasn't Votto who planted a kiss on Jim Day as he walked by earlier. It's the man at the plate right now, Phillips. Out at second to end the inning. Now that's something we should explore a little bit more. Of the season for as low as $12, you can see your Redlegs take on the New York Mets and enjoy a spectacular post-game fireworks show presented by Adams Recovery Center. Purchase your tickets today. You can call 513-381-REDS. You can visit select Kroger locations, or you can go to reds.com/tickets. Lamb is finished for the night. 77 pitches, 3 runs, 6 hits, 4 innings. Through 3, he really was in control. He retired 7 in a row going into that 4th. It always seems like it's one inning does him in. Now made 7 starts.
Well, in this case, it was one inning that included one big swing of the bat by Buster Posey. He has ruined the night of many pitchers along the way, and Ryan Matthews will take over. Game number 48 for Matthews.
This ball driven hard to right field and gone. Home run. Jarrett Parker off the bench batting for Heston. First pitch swinging. Lifts one out of the ballpark. A pinch hit home run for Parker. And only his 6th game. His first home run. And the Giants have taken the lead.
Well, I've been watching this young man take batting practice the last couple of days, and he's been popping the ball into McCovey Cove with regularity, at least at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That time it looked like it bounces in the stands without making it to the water, but a first pitch fastball gets a positive for a home run, and not exactly the way Ryan Matthews wanted to come back home here to California.
Only his 11th big league at bat, his first career big league home run, comes as a pinch hit shot against Ryan Matthews. He gave up a pinch hit home run the other day, 2 days ago on Sunday at home against the Cardinals. And Matt Adams hit a 2-run shot against Josh Smith. Becomes the 4th pinch hit home run the Reds have given up this year. And they went from leading this game 3-0 to now trailing 4-3. 5 innings worth of work. Chris Heston is the pitcher of record at this time. I mentioned earlier about the fact that the Giants have lost the last 6 games that he has started. Giants trying to get that ball back for Jarrett Parker. Big year at AAA Sacramento this year, 23 home runs.
Of course, they're used
to the big leagues here.
They're used to negotiating a deal for a home run ball in this ballpark. Back in the days when Barry Bonds was hitting record-breaking home runs here, there were negotiations that led to court cases. Now, really what they need is a mediator out there like Jim Gay. A man of the people to find out what's fair between the Giants and the fan. Cut a deal, everybody goes home happy.
You think Jim could do that?
Without a doubt.
Matthews throws out Pagan, a little bit closer probably than they had hoped it would be.
Matthews is from Galt, California, which is in the same county as Sacramento. It's about 90 miles from here, mostly inland, just about due east, maybe a little bit northeast. Went to high school at Galt High School, and then went to Sacramento City College. That's where the Rockies drafted him in the 19th round, 2003. The Rockies then traded him in 2009 to the Nationals in exchange for another relief pitcher in Joe Beimel, left-handed. And the Reds got him on May 13th of this year, when the Anaheim Angels put him on waivers.
There's no doubt he's been a workhorse for the Reds. He's seemingly always coming out of that bullpen.
48 games.
Mike Broadway, sidewinding right-hander, throwing in the Giants bullpen. Figures to take over for Heston. Frasier throws out. Tomlinson. Time now for you to tweet your strongest fan photo our way. Use hashtag #OhioDataStrongFan. Just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Again, that hashtag #OhioDataStrongFan. For our fan photo of the game. So after the pinch hit home run, 2 ground outs. Here's Matt Duffy, 2 for 2 tonight. After having a 2-hit, 2-double night last night. Frasier to Votto, and the inning is over. But the pinch hit home run by Garrett Parker has given the Giants a 4-3 lead. Tomorrow night, catch a Blue Jackets classic game from last December against the Pittsburgh Penguins. Starts at 7. Take you right to the beginning of Reds Live right here on Fox Sports Ohio. NHL season is, what, 2 weeks or so away from getting going, a little over 2 weeks, I guess. I know amongst all the folks who work Reds baseball and Blue Jackets hockey, Matt Sigafus highly involved in both of those. He's our video man, and he'll go right from Reds baseball to Blue Jackets hockey. Travels the country year round. New pitcher on for the Giants. This is right-hander Mike Broadway. Broadway from Paducah, Kentucky.
Well, he was born in Paducah. He was raised actually in Golconda, Illinois, which is not too far from Paducah. It's down there, almost very close to the land between the lakes, out in southern Kentucky, where Illinois comes into the picture.
We're talking about Chris Heston and the long road he took, Chris, to get to the big leagues. What about this guy, Broadway? He had a long journey.
Well, he's 28 years old, and he's looking at his first major league time this year. His 14th major league game overall. It's after being drafted by the Braves in 2005.
Way up there and handling it after moving into the outfield grass is Tomlinson, out number 1. Frasier is 0 for 3. The Reds had 3 runs, 2 hits in the first inning against Heston, who ends up giving up no runs and only 1 hit after that.
Yeah, he was really 1 pitch away from being out of the ball game.
And that was the strikeout of Duvall on a 3-2 pitch, which he chased. He ends up going 5, 3 runs, 3 hits, 4 walks, 8 strikeouts. 91 pitches for Heston, who right now is the pitcher of record on the Giants side.
You talk about a long road for a young man to the major leagues. Mike Broadway knows what it's all about. 11 seasons in the minor leagues, 3 at rookie ball, 4 overall at A ball, 5 seasons in Double A. Can you imagine the bus trips this young man has had to take along the way in order to make the majors?
Actually, I can.
4 seasons at Triple A.
Yeah.
Originally signed by the Braves. He was in the Braves organization for a long time. For 11 years, 12 years, before he finally moved on to the Padres with the Washington Nationals organization for a couple of years and picked up last year by the Giants.
They had just a terrific year this year at AAA Sacramento, an ERA of under 1. He is the first reliever called on by Bruce Bochy here in this game against the leadoff man. He's at 1-2 now to DeJesus Jr. Adam Duvall is on deck.
I'm not sure if we're going to see him in this series or not, but Bruce Bochy has a guy in the bullpen that he could call on that he knows quite well. His son Brett is pitching for the Giants at the big league level, a reliever, right-hander. What a thrill that's got to be for both of them.
Struck him out. That's 9 of them now. 9 strikeouts by Giants pitching. Make sure you keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. You can watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices, real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Visit MLB.TV today. Yes, indeed, the pitch tracking widget. You know all about that.
I love all that stuff.
Two out for Duvall. Struck out, walked here tonight. Getting the start in left field and getting a decent look from the Reds. He, of course, was one of the players acquired by the Reds from San Francisco in the Mike Leake deal. The other name was a minor league pitcher, Kayuri Maya, who went down to A ball, high A, after he was acquired at the end of July.
They say he's got a tremendous arm.
Maya only 22 years old. After coming over and going to Daytona, made 4 starts, 3-1 with a 2.95 ERA. Good reports out of him. Certainly good reports out of the trade that brought, among others, John Lamb over here. House concession stands on your next trip to the ballpark. They're located down the first and the third base line. The stands feature several Christian Moorline craft beer options with 40 bottled beer selections. If you'd like tickets to a game, come out, check it out. Call 513-381-REDS. Go to select Kroger locations or go to reds.com/tickets. Ryan Matthews back to work in the bottom of the sixth. Buster Posey been a big part of this game tonight with a 3-run homer back in the fourth. Then Bird, then Belt. Giants fans, something to get excited about tonight. The Rockies scored 3 in the fourth, and in the seventh, Colorado leading 3-1 at LA. That score stands. This score stands. Giants would be 6.5 behind LA. Still a long way to go. They would be 6.5 out in the wild card with the Cubs and the Pirates splitting that doubleheader today. Posey is out, so 3 straight ground balls to Frasier. Last 2 in the fifth. First one here, and there comes Marlon Byrd. Byrd this year surpassed 150 career home runs. 0 for 2 in this game. 22 of them on the year, 19 with the Reds, 3 out here with the Giants. There's a really good chance to set a new career high for home runs. He hit 25 a year ago as a member of the Phillies. That was a career high. He did it at 36. Here he is this year at 22. Just inside 3 weeks remaining in the regular season. DeJesus Jr. quick pick and throw, but the throw is low and Votto could not come up with it. DeJesus Jr. just did not get enough on that throw. Byrd is on.
Well, he's got plenty of time, even though Marlon Byrd's running hard down the line, just kind of throws it over, runs out of gas, and Votto is usually pretty good at scooping that ball.
Reds are going to make a double change. They're going to get a new pitcher into the game. They get a new left fielder. Skip Schumacher has taken over in left field, and Manny Parra is going to take over on the mound as Brian Price goes to the home plate umpire Andy Fletcher for the appropriate paperwork, and now goes to the mound. This is our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Fans saying, hey, come on, guys, we led early. We can come back and win this game late. 4-3 San Francisco. They are threatening to add to that lead with a runner aboard. DeJesus Jr., by the way, was charged with an error on that low throw, allowing Bird to reach. And now Manny Parra becomes the third pitcher of the night.
Second night in a row for Manny. He had a 1-2-3 inning last night in the 7th, all ground balls.
He gets the hot-hitting Brandon Belt. There's Schumacher out in left field. Schumacher will bat 9th. Parra 7th. Duvall out of the game. Belt has hit into only 3 double play balls this year. Left-hander Josh Osich throwing in the Giant bullpen. Belt a double to right his last time. Parra, of course, 3 times this year on the disabled list. Back in late April, early May with a neck strain. Late July, early August with left elbow issues. Most recently, end of August, early September, left shoulder problems. He signed a 2-year deal prior to last year after a very good 2013. Manny a free agent after this season. Perez on deck. Bird being held by Votto. Cracked to right field again by Bell, and off the wall. Bruce will field it. They're going to wave the runner toward the plate. Bird. Phillips throw cut off by Votto, and they'll flip it. Do they get an out? They do. DeJesus Jr. put a tag right on the helmet. It looked like a Brandon Belt. Down out near second base. Votto cut that ball off. Belt rounded the bag a long way. Nobody was near the bag initially. DeJesus Jr. got back over there. Votto led him. They get the out. The tag right on the left side of the face.
Wow, the tag first and then the knee second.
Not intentional by DeJesus, who does a nice job here of checking on the Giants' first baseman. Walked off the field under his own strength in the dugout now. Meanwhile, a run home, and it's now a 2-run game for the Giants at 5-3. gets a second double of the night and a run batted in. An error hurts the Reds by DeJesus. Now a ball hit into right center. That's down for a hit. There goes Perez to second as Bourgeois finally gets to the ball. That ball slicing away from the Red center fielder into that big expanse of the outfield out there.
You know, it seems to me from watching some games in this ballpark, one of the biggest decisions that base runners have to make is whether they're going to stretch a double into a triple or not. It's such a big outfield. This ball gets into the gaps and beyond the outfielder. Perez with 2 outs is going to wisely stay at second. But this is a ballpark that is a triple waiting to happen.
Frasier will barehand this and make the play on over to first to get Adrianza and end the bottom of the 6th inning. But the Giants get another run through 6. They lead by a pair. Early on this triple by Ivan DeJesus Jr. in the first inning, it played at a pair. It was the first big league triple for DeJesus Jr. 3-0 Reds after a half, but Buster Posey in the bottom of the 4th inning against John Lamb ties the game at 3 with his 18th of the year. And then off the Giants bench, Jarrett Parker, pinch hitting, solo home run, first big league home run for Parker. That came against Ryan Matthews. In fact, it was the first pitch that Matthews threw in the bottom of the 5th. It made it 4-3 Giants at the time. It's 5-3 now. That's our Honda game summary for tonight. New pitcher on for the Giants is Josh Osich. He appeared in the game last night.
Well, who didn't? I mean, the Giants ran through seven pitchers last night. Their starter, Tim Hudson, went 4 1/3. And Bruce Bochy nearly emptied the bullpen. Hard throwing left-hander. He's a guy that gave up that long home run to Jay Bruce.
Turns Barnhart around, gets him to bat from the right side. And Schumacher was in the 9 spot and back to the top of the order. Mike Broadway, 1 inning, 2 strikeouts in relief of Chris Heston. Field to first, and Barnhart is said to have gone around by Clint Fagan, the first base umpire. That's 11 strikeouts now of Reds batters tonight. Now is Schumacher batting for the first time. This is not a pinch hit appearance for Skip since he played the field first. He of course leads the big leagues in pinch hits with 18, closing in on the team record of 20. Hitting .222 with a homer and 18 RBIs, and he hit that home run the other day against his old club, the Cardinals. Kind of a surprising blow. We hadn't seen that kind of action out of him, but he had 2 last year, his first year with the Reds. Hit that thing in the 5th inning against Lance Lynn to erase a 1-0 Cardinal lead. Reds went on to win that game. In fact, took 3 out of 4 in that series. That's a 5-pitch walk to Schumacher, so the Reds get their number 9 hitter on with 1 out here in the 7th. Take a look at our Data Strong fan photo of the game. Remember, we asked you earlier to tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Ohio Data Strong Fan. Chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Here's tonight's Data Strong fan of the game, Melanie. One of those classic mustaches that were so prevalent around the city of Cincinnati, particularly right near the All-Star break and the All-Star festivities. Osich will field, fire that ball down the right field line. Schumacher will head to third. Schumacher being waved around by Jim Riggleman. Schumacher will score just ahead of the tag of Posey. Boy, I didn't think Bird had any chance there to get Schumacher at the plate, but he made it awfully close. Bruce Bochy will come out of the dugout. They want it looked at. And then we'll see. Safe the call. It makes it a 1-run game.
Well, I think he's going to go down and ask the first base umpire, Clint Fagan, if he saw a fan perhaps interfere with that. That would be Bruce Bochy's best opportunity right here. The throw by Bird comes in on a fly, and Schumacher, because he's running hard the whole way, is able to get underneath that slide for a run to make it a 1-run ball game. Well, he's going to ask for some kind of a review. Bochy is.
They all 4 get together talking about the umpires.
Well, when the ball was thrown by the first baseman, when Osich, the pitcher, fired it down the right field line and went into the bullpen area, and there were a lot of fans that were hanging over the edge, and you can ask for a review concerning fan interference. Here's the wild throw, and a bunch of fans are reaching over there. Now, did he touch it or not? That's the question. If it's ruled fan interference, it's immediately a dead ball, and the runners will be. That run by Schumacher won't count.
You can challenge. You can challenge fan interference. So it seems to me that Bochy would either ask to have it challenged or not, or the umpires would say, do you want to challenge it or do you not? This seems out of character with what we normally see with plays that can be challenged right here. Bruce keeps looking into the dugout. Trying to get a yay or nay from his video person. He's headed back. And the umpires continue to discuss it. This is not what we normally see on a challenged type play.
Well, Paul Emmel is the crew chief. He's the third base umpire tonight. And I'm not sure what harm it would do for them to take a look anyway. They're probably already looking at it back in New York right now. In fact, this conversation has taken so long, New York could probably text them the answer before they even put the headsets on.
My question on this, though, is if it's a reviewable play and he decides not to challenge it, then what's the point of the discussion?
Now they're going to call Brian Price out.
We have home plate umpire Andy Fletcher, crew chief Paul Emmel. After all four umpires were talking with Bruce Bochy, now they come out and talk with Brian Price. The gentleman who's holding on to the headsets that has the connection to New York comes out, but Andy Fletcher says no, not yet. But again, fan interference is what we were speculating. Chris brought up down the right field line is a reviewable play, thus a challenge type play.
Well, the way the rule is on fan interference, that when spectator interference occurs, the umpires have the authority to place the batter and the runners at any base that they would judge they would have made had there been no interference. So what he may be saying to Bruce Bochy is that, hey, it could be fan interference, but we still think that Schumacher would have scored. And they're going to talk to New York. They got the headsets on. Maybe that's what they explained to Brian Price. I mean, you can see in a situation where you would award two bases to one runner and only one base to another runner.
They're showing the replay on the big board here of the play at the plate. Giants fans got all excited because they think that Posey got the tag on before Schumacher's foot came down.
This is where we really ought to be not left in the dark. As here's a fan interference potentially. Yep, it looked like it got him on the index finger.
Sure did.
So now the umpires have to rule where the runners would be had there not been any fan interference. Marlon Byrd came over and fielded that ball and threw it home. But had there not been fan interference, would the ball have bounded out closer to Marlon Byrd? I mean, I'm all for the reviews. I love the fact that they want to get the plays right, but we should know what they're reviewing and exactly what they're looking at, so that the fan at home can understand it and the fans at the ballpark can understand it too. A little communication can go a long way.
We have two issues. One was the play at the plate, but the other more prevalent one appears to be the fan interference down the right field line, which we clearly saw in that replay that the fan did touch the ball. Looks like we're going to get a decision here in a moment.
They reviewed the play at the plate, and they're going to call him out at the plate. Now, the question is, can Brian Price ask for a review on the fan interference? Now remember, if there's an argument following the review, it is cause for an automatic ejection. And that's more of a conversation than it is an argument. Well, he's out at the plate. New York got that one right. But what about the fan interference part?
So our understanding of the play is that there were 2 challenges on the play. One made by the Reds, one made by the Giants. The Reds challenged that there was fan interference.
But there was no fan interference.
So the Reds challenged that there was fan interference. There's a base hit to right that's going to make it a 1-run game anyway. Problem with that challenge is we saw clearly that the fan touched the ball on the replay that we saw.
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, if the Reds.
Well, you know, you take a look at that again, and the gentleman in the striped jacket appeared to touch the ball. But on that replay, it appeared as if he did not. So the Reds lose their challenge on the interference. The Giants win their challenge on the play at the plate. So Schumacher was out. Bruce gets the hit. Lot to unravel. We'll clear it up a little bit more when we come back. New pitcher's on, and that's Javier Lopez. And we'll try to sort through all the things that happened on that play. And the ball tapped out in front of the plate by Jason Bourgeois. Again, both teams had a challenge.
On the same play.
On the same play. First, the Reds challenged that there was interference via a fan down the line. The video replay we showed there at the end before the break appeared to show that there was no fan interference. That gets by Belt and into right. The tying run racing to third in Bruce. First and third with 2 out. Here's the play that the Reds challenged. There was the call on the field was no fan interference. Reds challenge saying there was. That call was upheld. So there was no fan interference. The Giants then challenged the call at the plate, which was safe. The Giants challenged that, saying they had him out. Here's that play. Posey appears to get the tag on the upper part of the leg right there of Schumacher before his leg comes down on the plate. So that call is overturned. Bruce got the hit to make it 5-4. Votto reaches. Bruce goes to third on that last ball hit against Lopez. And now another pitching change for the Giants and another break. Have scored a run, driven in by Bruce with a base hit, and that was Bourgeois. Bell was charged with an error on that ball hit to him by Votto, sending Bruce to third. So the Reds have the tying run at third. The go-ahead runner first with 2 out. New pitcher on is Hunter Strickland for San Francisco. He worked in the game last night. A lot to sort through here.
And we're still only in the top of the 7th. Of course, this inning really should have been ended a long time ago, except for the 3-base error by the pitcher Osich, an error by the first baseman Belt. So the Reds have had a couple of extra swings here that they probably weren't planning on.
Let's see if they can come through here with Phillips, who's already had a pair of hits tonight and an RBI. Trying to solve Hunter Strickland.
Well, he wastes no time getting it up there. Strickland does. It's funny how guys who throw hard, some seem to throw harder than others. I mean, you take Osich at 97, and it looks like a hittable 97. Strickland, on the other hand, his 98 and 97 seem to be quicker. Maybe it's deception, maybe it's how close he is to home plate when he releases it. He's got an 0-2 count on Phillips.
Phillips did not face Strickland last night. Strickland went 2/3 of an inning, 1 run, 1 hit. Gave up a base hit in the 7th inning. One of the 4 hits picked up by Ramon Cabrera. Bruce the tying run at third. Votto the go-ahead run at first. Here in the 7th. To right, and this game is tied. Phillips comes through. His 3rd hit of the night. His 2nd run batted in. Big at bat for Phillips. He's been a clutch performer for the Reds this year. He gets it done here in the 7th. And even though the Reds lost a runner at the plate on a challenge call, they have scored twice, tied this game.
Just kind of flicks his bat out there. Brandon does. The pitch is already up and it's out, and all he's got to do is find the bat head, and there it is. Good bit of hitting by the Reds' second baseman.
Votto now the go-ahead run out at second base. How about Frasier launching number 34 here? Take that. Reds let a 3-0 lead slip away. Giants have let a 5-3 lead get out of the bag, and now we're 5-5 here in the top of the 7th. Chris Heston can no longer be the winner in this game. Ryan Matthews no longer be the loser. Frasier in the hole, 2 strikes. Foul ball, and Posey will give it a look, but it's way out of play. Frasier tonight 0 for 3 and 0 for 6 in this series. I mentioned the fact last night that he has hit very well in this ballpark. He hit safely in 19 of the last 21 games he has played here. 19 of the 21 games he has played here. Over the 400 mark coming into the series, but hitting us so far in this first 2 games. And he is hit there. Hit by a 1-2 pitch from the hard-throwing Hunter Strickland.
And 98 miles an hour in the shoulder. Or at least the upper arm.
Dave Righetti to the mound. No action in either bullpen at this moment, although now the Reds have Sam LeCure walking down toward their pen. Ivan DeJesus Jr. will come up as the 8th man to bat in the inning. What a crazy inning it has been. Barnhart struck out. Schumacher drew a walk. Bourgeois tapped one toward the mound. Osich fielded it, threw it down the right field line. Schumacher came around from first all the way to the plate to score, according to the home plate umpire Andy Fletcher. That's when all the fun began. Reds challenged that there had been fan interference down the right field line. That call stood. There was no fan interference. Giants challenged the play at the plate. Play at the plate was safe. That was overturned. Schumacher was called out. Bruce came up with an RBI single that scored Bourgeois to make it 5-4. Votto reached on an error by the first baseman Brandon Belt on a ground ball that would have ended the inning. Hunter Strickland came in. Phillips had a big base hit into right that scored Bruce to tie the game. Frazier's been hit by a pitch, and now they're loaded for DeJesus Jr. Right-hander George Contos now gets up in the Giant bullpen. So both pens are busy now. Pitcher spot is due next. Ramon Cabrera, who had 4 hits in the game last night, is on deck to pinch hit should DeJesus Jr. keep this inning going. He had that 2-run triple back in the first. Ryan Price observing from the first base dugout. Big chance for DeJesus Jr. here. Now as an errant one away from drawing a walk and giving the Reds the lead back. Full count now.
Well, that's a good looking swing right there in a 3-1 pitch. You know, from a hard thrower like Strickland, you're getting a fastball. And DeJesus wasn't waiting around for a walk. He wants to drive that ball somewhere. Good swing. Just didn't get it. Probably going to get the same pitch here on a 3-2 count. And finally, the fans at AT&T Park are kind of getting into this game.
Another sellout crowd tonight, the 397th straight. A lot of them on their feet. Runners will be on the move. Time called by the home plate umpire. Another good hack at it there by Ivan DeJesus Jr. Strickland, the third pitcher of the inning for the Giants. Osich 2/3. Javier Lopez one batter. That was Votto. Third batter faced here by Hunter Strickland. And another foul ball. Everybody gets all revved up again. 41,000 strong. Strickland against DeJesus. Ball four.
What a great at bat for DeJesus.
He gets his third RBI of the night. Strickland walks in the go-ahead run. Votto touches the plate. 3 runs in the inning for the Reds, all unearned. Bruce Bochy out of the dugout. Reds will announce the pinch hitter Cabrera, and when they do, which is now, Bruce Bochy will come out and make a double change. He's going to get a new pitcher. He's going to get a new left fielder into the game. Pitching change here at AT&T Park. Another one. More baseball after this. Man who started out there last night for San Francisco, Alejandro Diaz. He will bat in the 9 spot in the batting order. New pitcher is George Contos. He's like everybody else that we've mentioned tonight. Yes, he pitched last night, an inning in the 3rd. He comes on as the 4th pitcher of this inning for the Giants. He'll face the 9th man to bat for the Reds in the inning. Ramon Cabrera, he had the 4-for-4 game last night. He bats for Parra. The 3rd Reds catcher to have a 4-hit game this year. Ryan Pena has 2 of them. Tucker Barnhart has 1, and last night Cabrera had 1. He's had a big week and a half since he's been up into the big leagues.
He's got an opportunity right here to really do some damage to the Giants. Well, he looks pretty calm and cool up there for a guy that coming up off the bench, a young man that has had very little major league experience. Bases loaded, a one-run ball game, a full house at AT&T Park on the road, and he's waiting for a good strike to hit.
Jumped out of the way, took a strike. Ball 3. Giants wouldn't walk a second runner in a row in, would they? Bruce Bochy beside himself in that Giants dugout. You talk about a long half inning of baseball. Over a half an hour long of real time.
Well, 4 pitchers in the inning will contribute to that. The only thing I can figure is that Bochy has a piece of the concession action.
Leave it to you to come up with something like that. Runners will be on the move again. 3-2 to Cabrera. Pinch hitting for Parra. And he got himself another hit into left field. 2 runs will score. Over to third base for the Reds goes to Jesus Jr. How about Ramon Cabrera? 5 for 5 in this series. Comes up with the big hit right there off the bench for the Reds. Cabrera gets RBIs 2 and 3 on the year. This has been a 5-run inning, and it is 8-5 Cincinnati.
Boy, he doesn't try to do too much. A good pitch by Contos on the outer part of the plate, lofted right over the shortstop. 3-2, they are running, so 2 are going to score easily.
Phillips and Frasier score. DeJesus ends up at third. 10th man to bat in the inning is Barnhart. All these runs unearned against the Giants as a team. This is where you get that crazy scoring rule. Unearned runs as a team, but possibly earned runs against the pitcher himself. That'll be the case against Hunter Strickland. And anything that scores against Contos. Reds entered this inning trailing by 2 at 5-3. They'll go out no worse than leading 8-5. That, of course, changes the personnel decisions that Brian Price will make. Sam LeCure appears ready in the bullpen. Things go according to the way Brian would like. It'll be LeCure, Hoover, and Chapman. And a Reds win. This was the big play. Osich threw this ball away on the Bourgeois at bat. There were the fans reaching for it. That's the play that the Reds challenged there. Here comes the play at the plate. This is the one that the Giants challenged. The call was safe. It was overturned, and even though that occurred, the Reds have still scored 5. And now a wild pitch, and now an out call at the plate. And DeJesus Jr. immediately points into the Reds dugout. Brian Price will come out to the top step, and the Reds will look at this one. Now, they lost their challenge earlier, so they have to ask the home plate umpire if he will take a look at it. They cannot simply challenge it because they lost their challenge.
Right.
Can't really tell it from that angle, I don't think.
Well, they're going to deny Brian Price, it looks like. And the Giants are leaving the field finally, but not until the Reds score 5 to take a 3-run lead.
A half inning that takes over 30 minutes, but a fruitful one for the Reds as they score 5 times and now have the lead again. Top of the 7th inning. Aboard the Cincinnati Bell Riverboat deck at Great American Ballpark, located above the center field wall. We'll take in a panoramic view of the Ohio River and the entire ballpark from this 2-story semi-private outdoor party area. Book your party or group outing. Call the Reds Group Sales Department. Their number 513-765-7600, or you can visit reds.com/groups. Well, let's see if Sam LeCure, Chris, can bring some normalcy back to this game.
Well, the 10th pitcher of this ball game. There were 13 in yesterday's ball game. 6 have been used by the Giants, and of course now this is the 4th for Brian Price. John Lamb, Ryan Matthews, Manny Parra, and now Sam LeCure.
Sam gets Alejandro Diaz, who came in as part of a double switch during the top of the 7th, took over in left field for Juan Perez, batting out of the 9 spot. Angel Pagan on deck, and Kelby Tomlinson. 0-2 pitch bounces away, and they will throw him out at first. Barnhart retrieved it. That's a strikeout and a 2-3 put out.
After being in the field for about 35 minutes, the Giants defense got to be a little bit tired. It'd be nice to see Sam retire in 1-2-3 right here and get the Redlegs back in the dugout.
That 5-run 7th inning helped out by 3 Reds hits, 2 Giants errors, 2 walks, a hit batsman. Reds end up leaving 2. That play at the plate goes catcher Posey to pitcher Contos, 2-1 for the 3rd out. Pagan in this game is 0 for 3. Jeremy Affeldt, who was up earlier throwing, now up again for the Giants. Manny Parra, who pitched to 3 batters, retired 1 of them, gave up a pair of doubles. He is now the pitcher of record for the Reds. Javier Lopez is the pitcher of record for the Giants. He faced 1 batter, Votto, who reached on an error. Both errors were huge in that Reds inning, and again all 5 runs go down against the Giants as unearned. The last 2 charged to Hunter Strickland are earned to him, but unearned to the team due to the fact that a pitcher cannot be the benefactor of errors that occurred before he entered the game. Bourgeois right there for out number 2. One of those line drives that are right at you. You really got to freeze for a moment. The natural instinct is to charge in on that ball. We've seen players do it. The ball goes zooming over their head. Giants went down in order in the 2nd and 3rd against John Lamb. That seemed like many moons ago. And now LeCure trying to do it here in the 7th inning. Tomlinson 2 for 3, pair of singles, scored a run. Hitless in the game last night, 2 for 6 in the series. And Sam does have the 1-2-3 frame. And we head to the 8th at AT&T Park. Reds lead by 3. game. A 5-run frame for the Reds, and they take an 8-5 lead now into the 8th against a former Red into the game, Jeremy Affeldt.
Left-hander in Affeldt, he's been very dependable. He came into the Reds one spring. I think it was the first year he was with the Reds, and the Reds said, if you want to be a starter, you can be a starter. It did not work out in the spring, but he turned himself into a very reliable reliever. And he's been part of a lot of championships here in San Francisco, and he's greeted with a first pitch base hit back through the box.
Tucker Barnhart, who had been 0 for 3 in the game, 2 for his last 24. In fact, was at the plate when the ball got away on the wild pitch by Contos. Jesus Jr. tried to score. He was out 2-1. So no wild pitch and an out at the plate. Reds still have scored more runs than they have hits. 8 runs, 7 hits. Reds have an error. The Giants have 3. These are 2 of the top defensive teams in the National League coming into this series. They'll get one, and they'll get them both. 4-6-3. Tomlinson to Adrianza to Belt. First double play of the night turned by the Giants. Top of the order now in Bourgeois. And we showed it to you earlier. It was his tapper toward the mound with Josh Osich out there that really was the door opener to that huge inning for the Reds in the 7th. He eventually scored on the hit by Bruce to make it a 5-4 game. Bruce later scored on the hit by Phillips to tie the game. Jesus Jr. walked in a run to make it 6-5 Reds. And Ramon Cabrera, the unlikeliest of heroes, again comes through with the 2-run single in the left.
Well, he sure looked calm and cool at the plate, stepping up there, running the count to 2-0, and eventually getting a pitch he could drive into left field.
Thing is, you said that after 2 pitches of the at-bat. Boy, he looks calm. I had a chance to talk to him at length today, and he said, I've always known I could hit, and I feel comfortable at the plate. I guess no matter what level you're at. J.J. Hoover throwing in the Reds bullpen. Sam LeCure did his job after getting roughed up on Sunday against the Cardinals. Good bounce back performance here. Sam in that game on Sunday gave up 2 runs, 2 hits, a walk, in just 1/3 of an inning. Retired the first batter he faced, then did not get another out. A 1-2-3 7th here tonight. Affeldt will not throw this one away. Reds go in order in the top of the 8th.
lead. Let's check out some news and notes around Major League Baseball. Bryce Harper, 2 home runs tonight. He takes the National League lead with 39 on the season. Jason Hayward continues to be that good acquisition for St. Louis. 2-run home run in the 10th. Cardinals beat the Brewers 3-1 in extras. And John Lester, first complete game with Chicago. It gives the Cubs a split in that doubleheader, day-night doubleheader they had in Pittsburgh. So a split there. A very big series going on between the Cubs and the Pirates. And a big game here tonight for the Giants. And so far, the Reds playing spoiler.
Let's see if it can continue here with J.J. Hoover on the mound. Boy, he was terrific in the first half of the year. A little bump in the road in the month of July, but a great bounce back August for him. Here he is against the heart of the Giants order. Duffy, Posey, and Bird trying to protect a 3-run lead. Secure an inning of strikeout. Duffy tonight 2 for 3. Duffy has 2 hits. Posey has the home run. He's on deck. Tomlinson a couple of hits. Brandon Belt a pair of doubles. Giants have out hit the Reds 9-7, but the Reds lead 8-5. Bourgeois, by the way, has moved to left field for the Reds, and Ryan Lamar is now in center.
Very nice to know the Reds have on their bench a better center fielder than Jason Bourgeois, who plays a pretty good center field himself.
And the late defensive moves we always used to see when Chris Heisey was here.
Heisey, by the way, is in that Dodger game down in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's been a strange year for him in terms of being traded to the Dodgers, up and down between the AAA club and the big leagues, and later coming back to L.A.
Matt Duffy gets caught looking by that fastball by J.J. Hoover. Our flamethrower brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce, 93 miles an hour.
That's a 4-pitch walk by Hoover to Posey. Still does not bring the tying run to the plate. Bird will come up there with 1 on and 1 out. Bird, by the way, has hit into 8 double plays this year. 6 of those with the Reds, 2 here with the Giants. Pico to the mound. Chapman gets up quickly and starts to throw down in the Reds bullpen. Giants have Cody Hall throwing in their pen, so both bullpens active. Bird tonight is flied out, struck out, reached on the throwing error by DeJesus Jr. that allowed the Giants to add a run in the 6th inning. That one gets away, back to the screen, and sends Posey down to second base. Wild pitch on JJ.
Now this is really a wild one out there when you lands in the left-handed batter's box with that kind of spin. All Tucker Barnhart can do is hopefully get his body in front of it. J.J. Hoover needs a pitch like he understands there's a 3-run lead right here, and that Marlon Byrd does not represent the tying run. That's better.
Barnhart to go to the mound to talk with J.J. Hoover. Josh Hall, our producer tonight, talking before the game, was making mention of the fact that the Reds have lost 11 consecutive games against National League West Division teams since they defeated the Dodgers out in L.A. 10-3 in the first game of that series back on August the 13th. They lost the final 3 out there. They were swept at home by Arizona and the Dodgers. And they lost the first game here. So they've lost 11 straight games against National League West Division teams and have a record against the West this year of 7-24. Trying to end that here tonight. And they lead 8-5 in the bottom of the 8th. Night game here tomorrow in San Francisco will wrap up this series. 10:15 first pitch. 9:30 with Reds Live. Michael Lorenzen against Jake Peavy. Ball 4. Now Hoover will face potentially the tying run, although no, he's not going to. Here comes Brian Price. This is a rarity, isn't it?
Well, it is, but I'm wondering how much Aroldis Chapman has had time down there to warm up. Looks like he was throwing harder before, and now he's just kind of playing catch to stay loose. So Chapman is ready to go. Hoover is able to come in, face 3 batters, get 1 out. That was the first one he faced in Matt Duffy when he struck him out looking. So back-to-back walks, and here comes Aroldis for a multi-inning save opportunity.
1, 2, 3, 7th, but J.J. Hoover has come on, a strikeout and back-to-back walks, and so now, Chris, we get Chapman for only the 3rd time this year with more than potentially a 1-inning outing.
Well, this makes perfect sense to use Chapman right here. A left-handed hitter with home run power coming to the plate. He's got 2 doubles to his credit tonight, Brandon Belt does. All you have to hope for is that Chapman comes right out of that bullpen being able to locate the strike zone.
Belt has never faced Chapman.
I find this matchup pretty interesting, but the one that will happen unless there's a double play would be Chapman versus Madison Bumgarner, who's in the on-deck circle.
Bruce Bochy has a lot of players on the bench. A lot of them are hurt. Joe Panik in there. You got Nori Aoki in there. Brandon Crawford in there.
And a lot of them don't have the power that Madison Bumgarner has.
Bumgarner is in the on-deck circle.
You have Jackson Williams. He's a backup catcher. They've only got 2 catchers on this team despite September call-ups.
Chapman worked an inning and 2/3 against the Cubs on August the 31st, picking up a save in a 13-6 win. He worked 2 innings of no-run, 2-hit baseball against the Indians on the 19th of July. Those are the 2 times he's been out on the mound this year, more than 1. And he blows Belt away for out number 2.
High fastballs is what has done Brandon Belt in this at-bat. Of course, 99 from Chapman is unlike 99 from anybody else. The extension that he gets towards home plate, better than any pitcher in baseball.
And that'll be Madison Bumgarner. You think, what are you talking about, a pitcher? Well, he has 5 home runs this year. He has 4 last year. He has 11 home runs in his career. And he faces Chapman.
He's got one thing on his mind, Bumgarner does, and that's to hit this ball a long way.
Down 2 strikes.
Chapman says, here it is. Let's dial it up a little bit. 101. And I'm not talking about the highway.
In case you're wondering, Bumgarner has pinch hit before. He's 1 for 6 in his career as a pinch hitter. Cody Hall has been throwing and is ready to go in the Giants bullpen. I tell you, the folks are getting a kick out of this, aren't they? Bumgarner against Chapman.
Well, they love Bumgarner unlike anybody else on that team. Maybe this side of Buster Posey. But he has meant so much to this franchise.
What he did in the World Series last year, particularly in that 7th game when he came on and pitched 5 innings of relief. Game 7, unbelievable. Chapman got ahead of him 0-2. Trying to put him away here. Adrianza waits on deck. And he walked it.
Excellent at bat for Madison Bumgarner.
Chapman can't find the strike zone. 3 walks in the inning. Now A-Ray Adrianza, he represents all of a sudden the go-ahead run. Giants will pinch run for Bumgarner. Nick Noonan, an infielder, comes off the bench to run for Bumgarner. The man can do no wrong. Adrianza in this game has grounded out 3 times. In this series of the walk. That's Noonan, the pinch runner at first base. Nick Noonan. Bird is down at second. Posey over at third. Strike 2. He went around. These batters in this inning against Chapman, Belt, Bumgarner, Adrianza, all facing the Cuban Missile for the first time ever. Alejandro Diaz, who took over out in left field last inning, waits on deck, batting out of the 9 spot. Started the inning, got Duffy looking, then walked Posey and Bird back to back. Brian Price goes to Chapman, who strikes out Bell, but then walks Bumgarner as the pinch hitter. Now trying to put an end to the bottom of the 8th with Adrianza up there. Did it hit him? No, it hit him. It hit him in the foot. He got ahead of him 0-2, and he hits Adrianza. That makes it 8-6. Took a fortuitous bounce right back to Tucker Barnhart. Had it not hit the foot of the batter and had been only a wild pitch, it may have gotten Posey at home.
You know, We take a look at that. I'm not so sure that even hit him. It looked like a very awkward bit of acting on the part of Adrianza. We'll slow it down right here and see if it actually does hit his back foot. Oh, I guess he gets the top of his front foot.
Now the tying run is out at second. Adrianza represents the go-ahead run. Diaz gets a good hack at that one. Chapman has had to throw a lot of pitches here. 20 of them. This is the fourth batter he has faced in the inning. All this for the Giants without the benefit of a hit. A walk, a walk, a walk, and a hit batsman.
Finally digs in for the breaking ball.
Chapman last worked on Friday, technically Saturday, and he picked up a save in the completion of that suspended game against the Cardinals. Did not work Sunday, did not work yesterday, gets in there today. Lost in all this is the fact that it is a save situation for him. He came on the tying run at the plate, and he gets strike three right there. Diaz out looking. Giants get a run and will proceed now to the ninth. Reds by a pair. For each and every game with Reds Live here on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live pregame presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow beginning at 9:30 prior to the 10:15 first pitch. That pitching matchup tomorrow, Michael Lorenzen, rookie, of course, against Jake Peavy. 6 wins for the Giants this year. Really made his name years ago as a San Diego Padre. That'll be the wrap-up of this 3-game series and the season series between the Reds and the Giants tomorrow night. New pitcher on for the Giants is Cody Hall. How about their 7th relief pitcher of the night?
Well, they used 7 overall last night. They've upped that 1 tonight. So Bruce Bochy continues to raise the bar of pitcher participation. He've used 7 relievers, 1 starter, and a starter as a pinch hitter. He loves the month of September.
You couldn't play a game like this if it wasn't September. You simply couldn't make all the moves that they've made tonight.
You'd be pulling people out of the stands.
Some of them may like it. Although I don't think they like to face Chapman, who will go back out there in the bottom of the 9th inning.
You think Mike Leake was volunteering? try to jump ahead of Madison Bumgarner?
Yes.
And get to that on deck circle?
I think he's that competitive. He probably would want to do that. Bruce has played a big part in this game tonight. He had that base hit in the 7th inning that made it a 5-4 game. That was after all the controversy of challenges by the Reds, challenges by the Giants. Then scored on the hit by Phillips to tie the game. Against the shift, he will ground out here to the shortstop Adrianza on the second base side of the bag. The batter will be Votto. Been on 3 times but without the benefit of a hit tonight. Joey walked and scored in the 1st, walked in the 5th, reached on a key error by Brandon Belt, part of that 5-run 7th.
Oh, we've got one more half inning of the Giants coming to the plate, but you know, for a lost season for the Reds and a possible lost season for the Giants, you remember that Bumgarner-Chapman matchup for a long time.
You sure will. Yeah, you're right. Joey down 2 strikes.
I can get you a ball if you really want.
The Dodgers scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th. That game against the Rockies now is in the 11th inning, tied 3-3. Particular interest to, of course, Giants fans. And the Cardinals ended up winning at Milwaukee in 10, 3-1. Cubs and the Pirates split that doubleheader this afternoon. Pirates winning 5-4 in the first one. Cubs winning the nightcap 2-1 behind a complete game effort by John Lester. Big battle going on in the American League for the top spot in the American League West. Texas with a run in the bottom of the 9th. They win it by the score of 6-5. They've won the first 2 games of that series, and now they leapfrog the Astros, and the Rangers are now the leader in the West by a half game. To Tomlinson. 2 out. Phillips will walk to the plate. Chapman in the bottom of the 9th inning will have the top of the Giants order. Pagan, switch hitter, will bat right-handed. Tomlinson, right-handed hitter. Duffy, right-handed hitter. Anybody gets on, Posey. Picked up a save on that game on Saturday. The completion of the Friday game is 30th, meaning Chapman now has had 4 consecutive years of 30 or more saves in his career. 38 and 12, 38 and 13, 36 last year, 30 this year, a total of 143 in his Reds career. Brandon down a couple of strikes. Chapman is closing in and could quite possibly overtake John Franco for 3rd all-time. In fact, he could overtake Francisco Cordero for 2nd all-time in Red saves in his career. Graves is the all-time leader. Danny Graves at 182. Francisco Cordero at 150. John Franco at 148. Chapman right now sitting at 143. Pitchers of record. Manny Parr on the Red side right now. Javier Lopez on the Giants side. Lopez threw to one batter, Joey Votto. Phillips tonight, a pair of hits, pair of runs scored, pair of runs batted in. In fact, he has 3 hits. Reds go in order in the top of the 9th. So Chapman will come back to work the bottom of the 9th, trying to protect a 2-run lead. Fox Sports Ohio has been brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by your local Toyota dealers. Proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Two-run game into the bottom of the 9th inning. Reds have been out hit. They've scored more runs than hits produced in this one. If they lead by a pair, they'll let a 3-0 lead slip away early. Reclaim things in the 7th of the 5 spot. Now, how about Aroldis Chapman? First pitcher in baseball history to have 100+ strikeouts, 30+ saves in 4 straight seasons. Looking for his 31st save here tonight. Faced 4 batters, struck out 2, walked 1, hit 1 in the 8th. Gets through this thing unscathed. He'll have gone an inning and 2/3. For the 3rd time this year, he's worked more than 1 inning. And that's a fair ball. That'll be extra bases down the line. Pagan reaching for that off-speed pitch, has himself a 2-base hit.
Kind of funny 2-pitch sequence there for Aroldis Chapman. The first pitch was 94 miles an hour, and if it wasn't a hard slider, I'm not sure what it was. This one was definitely an off-speed pitch. A breaking ball, almost a curveball variety for Chapman. He rarely throws a pitch at 83 miles an hour. And Pagan reaches for the first time with a reaching double down the left field line.
So the tying run now comes to the plate. Kelby Tomlinson, 2 for 4 tonight. Hits his first 2 times, ground out his last 2. Talked about all 4 of those batters in the 8th inning facing Chapman for the first time. Same can be said for Pagan, who gets the hit. Same can be said here for Tomlinson.
Just wonder if Kelby Tomlinson, when he started the season playing for the Richmond Flying Squirrels, ever had any idea that he'd be facing Aroldis Chapman in a 2-run game in September.
I doubt that went through his mind.
That's their Double-A franchise. That's where he started the season. He also played 33 games in Sacramento before he getting called up here to the Giants.
He's playing because of the injury to Joe Panik. He's hanging in there against Chapman.
Boy, it's interesting because Chapman did not throw except for one breaking ball, I believe, the entire 8th inning that he came in relief of J.J. Hoover. Came in with 1 out, and he faced 4 batters. Struck out 2 of them, walked 1, and hit 1. But almost all the pitches he threw were fastballs. Pitch number 31 in the ball game now coming up for Chapman, and almost all breaking balls this inning.
DeJesus has to play it on the move, and he gets his man. Nice play by DeJesus Jr. at shortstop.
And another breaking ball right there. I wondered if maybe they had a conversation with Tucker Barnhart and Aroldis Chapman about how maybe they ought to go out and use breaking balls in this inning, because Chapman had a hard time finding the strike zone with his fastball in the 8th.
Here now is Matt Duffy. 31 pitches for Chapman. In case you're wondering, 44 in that 2-inning outing against Cleveland on the 19th of July is the most he's thrown in a game this year.
Now he's had plenty of rest.
Yeah, he's had 2 consecutive days off. Just in case, the Giants now have Santiago Casilla, their closer, in the pen.
And now I'm wondering if there's something wrong. Brian Price and Paul Assard, the trainer, have come out of the dugout at the same time to come out and talk to Chapman.
Did you see something before
I saw him back off the mound in a funny way. But other than that, I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason why he's throwing breaking pitches in this inning. If maybe something's bothering him throwing a fastball, because he's not throwing a pitch over 94 miles an hour in here in the 9th inning. Well, he sends him back to the dugout, and he's chuckling about it on the mound.
Ivan DeJesus Jr., the shortstop, came in and was helping with the translation there. Duffy represents the tying run. Now Sergio Romo has joined Casilla in the Giants bullpen. Pagan out at second, 1 out. Another breaking ball.
And a nasty one. I mean, you talk about falling off the table. I mean, you got to ask yourself, is there something wrong with Chapman, or is he just proving to the world that he can do it with mortal stuff?
It would seem strange that he would pick a situation like this to get away from his fastball for no other reason than to prove that he can do something different. Diving stop by Frasier, but a wide throw, and the ball gets away. Pagan will score. It's 8-7. And the tying run in scoring position. Frasier saved a hit by diving and getting to that ball. Got up and threw it wide right to Votto at first.
Well, this is a fastball by Chapman, struck solidly by Duffy. Frasier makes a nice defensive play, but then throws it away. So we've seen two teams now throw the ball away at first base. The first one was a significant error by Osick, the pitcher. That led to a huge inning by the Reds. The Reds are hoping the same thing doesn't happen to them here. Now the lead is 1.
Duffy is credited with an infield hit. Frasier charged with a throwing error. No RBI for Duffy. Posey is the winning run. And he rips one into left field. Here comes the tying run to the plate. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. We're tied at 8. Winning run. Posey down to second on the throw home by Bourgeois. Third blown save of the year for Chapman.
Well, Posey doesn't wait long. He gets a first pitch heater and he rips it by Frasier. Roberto Kelly, he realizes that Bourgeois doesn't have the strongest of arms, and he's going to make Bourgeois make a play if he can. The throw is a good one by Bourgeois, but not in time to get the runner at the plate. Tied up at 8, and the winning run at second base.
Marlon Byrd 0 for 2 lifetime with a walk against Chapman. It is so used to seeing Chapman come in and absolutely dominate that when he doesn't, you think something may be wrong with him. Reds now have double barrel action in the bullpen. Tony Cingrani loosening, Jumbo Diaz loosening.
I mean, his step has taken a major step backward. At least his fastball has. We have not seen him throw fastballs at 94 and 95 miles an hour in forever. They've got double barrel action going. Diaz and Cingrani in the bullpen. This may be his last batter.
Chapman has faced 8 batters in the game. 5 of them have reached base.
I just don't think Cingrani can get loose and fast enough to be able to be ready for Brandon Belt, who's in the on-deck circle.
Only 1 out in the inning. 3-1. And a season high in pitches, 44 in that 2-inning outing back in July against the Indians.
Well, wouldn't it be ironic if it's Marlon Byrd? It won't be.
Phillips out. Phillips stays with it. Brandon makes the play. 2 out. Here comes Brian Price. He has not signaled to the bullpen, and again.
Now, we've seen this a couple of times where Brian Price puts on his pitching coach's hat. And the only pitcher that I remember him coming out to talk to like this as a manager, but acting as a pitching coach now, is Aroldis Chapman. Asking Ivan De Jesus to come in, translate, to make sure that Aroldis Chapman knows what he's talking about.
He said something to De Jesus Jr., who said something to Chapman. Chapman answered back. Brian shook his head okay. Turns back and heads toward the dugout. Chapman will try to get Belt here to send the game into extra innings. Look at what he's done against the Reds. Last 5 games, 13 for 21. A couple of doubles tonight. He was the first batter Chapman faced in the 8th, and he struck him out. Now he gets him in the bottom of the 9th with a winning run at second base and 2 down. And it looks like we're going to extra innings. We do. Frasier makes the play. Last 2 batters retired by Chapman, who goes an inning and 2/3. But the Giants get 3 in the last 2 innings, and we go to the 10th. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Speaking of wild, how about tonight's game?
Wild and woolly. I'll tell you, there were people here at AT&T Park who were probably just standing around and staying at this ballpark just to watch Aroldis Chapman pitch. I mean, he hit as fast as 102 on the radar gun. And if nothing else, he wanted to see the freak show. They had no idea the Giants were going to be able to come back. 3 runs down. Meanwhile, down in Los Angeles, down the road, they're watching that Dodgers score fairly closely. And I think the Colorado Rockies have gone up by 1 in the 11th inning. Is it over?
No, the Dodgers have tied it. It's now into the 12th 4-4. Frasier leads it off against a new Giants pitcher, Sergio Romo. He is the 9th pitcher overall. Reds 4-11 in extra innings this year, but they've lost 6 consecutive extra inning games. The Giants are 5-4. Frasier cracks this ball out to left center field. High and deep and gone. Number 34 for Frasier comes against Romo in the 10th. Reds snap a 19-inning extra inning scoreless drought and regain the lead at 9-8 here in the 10th.
Wow. That was a no-doubter.
Or the sound when the ball jumps off his bat is something.
I mean, you couldn't lay it out there on a tee any better for Todd Frasier. Outer third, waist high. A 2-0 count. Looking fastball, getting fastball.
He had been 0 for 3. He had been hit by a pitch in the 7th inning by Strickland. And he goes bombs away on that one to give the Reds the lead again at 9-8. Reds have let a 3-0 lead get away, an 8-5 lead get away, and now we'll take at least a 9-8 lead into the bottom of the 10th with, it appears, Jumbo Diaz, who continues to throw in the bullpen as the new Reds pitcher. Jesus Jr. had that 2-run triple back in the 1st, walked with the bases loaded in the 7th. Trying to get on here in the 10th following the home run by Frasier. Number 34. RBI now 85 for Todd. Solid connection there and a base hit for DeJesus Jr. His 2nd of the night. Now Ryan Lamar, who came on as a new Reds outfielder a couple of innings ago, bats for the first time. Belt will feed the second baseman, and just in the nick of time they get Lamar. Credited with a sacrifice. Well, he laid down a beautiful push bunt right there and almost beat that out.
Runs extremely well, does Ryan Lamar.
Play goes 3-4. Belt gave it up to Tomlinson, and they just do get Lamar. Barnhart had a base hit batting right-handed his last time. They'll move the runner along. Belt makes the play. Now a pinch hitter for Chapman will be Brennan Bosch. Belt flags it down, and Romo gets over there to cover. 3-1 on the putout on the pinch hitter Bosch. But the home run by Frasier, his 34th, gives the Reds the lead going into the bottom of the 10th. Reds a 9-8 lead, his 34th of the year. And now the Reds ask Jumbo Diaz, who has a lot of saves accumulated in his minor league career, but a grand total of 0 in his big league career. Will try to save it for, of all people, Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, some irony to the fact that Aroldis Chapman is the pitcher of record for the Reds on the winning side. Jumbo will come in 53 games for a hard-throwing right-hander that he is, and he will face a familiar foe when they finally put this ball in play. And Mike Leake comes out of the on-deck circle.
Leake is the second pitcher to pinch hit for the Giants tonight. Bumgarner did it back in the 8th inning and drew a walk,
which is remarkable in itself. But even more so that this game is being played in the month of September after rosters are expanded.
Leake, of course, in his last game against the Padres, hit his first Giants home run, his second home run of this year. This Giants team has eight home runs by pitchers this year. Leake as a hitter on the year has 8 of them, a 125 average this year. He bats against Jumbo Diaz. Very late on that first one. Leake as a pinch hitter in his career is 0 for 11. Adrianza next, and then the 9 spot, Diaz. Jumbo Diaz record his first major league save. Get the Reds a win here against the Giants. And in the process, snap an 11-game losing streak against National League West opponents. Down goes Leake on strikes, and a good start for Jumbo Diaz here in the 10th. Here's Adrianza.
Well, you've had a hard time finding Mike Leake the last couple of days. You waited around the clubhouse yesterday. You waited around again today. Jumbo Diaz had no trouble finding him.
He did not.
All you have to do is look in the batter's box.
Adrianza tonight 0 for 3, hit by a pitch with the bases loaded in the 8th inning by Chapman. Forced in a run. Reds 2 outs away from a crazy extra inning win here in San Francisco tonight. 10 after 2 Cincinnati time right now, or thereabouts.
You mean our guys back in Cincinnati are going to have to leave the tavern and head to the studio?
And they have to head back to the studio to get a little post-game work done. They've left those smoked wings behind that Jeff Pecoro is so fond of. Celery and peanut butter that Ryan Giesenslaw is so fond of.
Oh,
wow. Right off the mask of Andy Fletcher, who's had a long night behind the plate. Game closing in on 4 hours. Seagulls are ready. They've been circling for a while. Dinner time for them. They think this is Bodega Bay. Ball 3. Giants get a run in the bottom of the 8th, 2 in the bottom of the 9th. To tie the game at 8. Frasier's home run in the top of this inning, number 34, giving the Reds a lead again. And the Giants a pitch away from putting the tying run on base. Got it. Up around letter high. Adrianza did not catch up. 2 out. Now it's Alejandro Diaz.
Now that four-seam fastball by Jumbo Diaz, and you get it up there. It looks so good, but it is so difficult to get on top of. Hey, you know what just made my night, other than the fact the Reds are up by 1? The Hit King is still watching us on Fox Sports Ohio right now, Jim Kelch.
Gotta love that. Looking for his beloved Reds to get a win here in San Francisco. A crazy, crazy night. And Santiago Casilla again goes down to the Giants bullpen. Diaz was a late addition to the game. Came on part of a double switch earlier. He's batted twice, fanned twice. Took a called third strike against Chapman in the 8th. Batting against Diaz here in the 10th. Jumbo looking for career save number 1. Chased by Bourgeois into the corner, foul ground, and he cannot come up with it. Wanted it. Barnhart wanted it. He didn't get it. A full count now to Diaz. Jumbo struck out the pinch hitter Leak. Gets Adrianza chasing one near the shoulders. And now a full count pitch to Alejandro Diaz. To right center. Long run Bruce. Bruce is not going to get it. It'll bounce toward the wall. Diaz to second, and it bounces into the stands for a ground rule double. The Giants still have life. A 2-out double by Diaz.
Are you believing this? Another fastball from Diaz. That one he gets down around waist high, and Diaz shows a little bit of power. And that is a spot in this ballpark where well-hit balls go to die. Reds pick up a break right there by that ball going over the wall. There will be a rule book double. Man, this Giants team just will not go away.
That's Angel Pagan.
Down by 3, they come back. They score 1 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. 566 games in his professional career for Jumbo Diaz. Nearly every one of those as a reliever. Has only started 2 games in his entire professional career, looking for save number 1 in the major leagues.
Pagan started things against Chapman in the 9th with that off-speed pitch double into the left field corner. Later scored on the hit by Duffy, the infield hit / throwing error by Frasier. 1 for 5 in this game. He represents the winning run in the bottom of the 10th.
Belly play for the infield. Stop anything you possibly can from getting into the outfield if you can't make the play at first.
In the air. Foul ball, third base side. Frasier. Reds win. Reds win a crazy one here tonight in San Francisco, evening this series at a game apiece. They win it in 10 by the final score of 9-8, and in the process snap a 6-game